Wait. Feelings! 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 Are you ready, feelings? Okay, Gigra. Ooh, boom. Ready. These clothes are too tight on me. And I'll switch you. Never, Giggler. Come on. Never. Brina, you're the only one who understands my feelings. I'm the only one who understands my feelings. Brina, suspicious character. No way. Not a human, but still not human. Human? I destroy. Do you know that watch here at the bay? And we're gonna look at this the bay? Someone! Shima! I am back from Mom and Mom KFC! Come on! And I'm gonna get a cake. Do you understand my feelings? And then we're gonna look at a debate between Vaush and Anastasia. We will look at the debate. Come on. Have you seen the debate? Have you seen the debate between Vaush and Anastasia? You understand my feelings? Reset position. You know? Yeah. Have you seen? Come on. I drop. Oh, let's see it together then and comment. But first, let's defeat the enemy. Destroy the enemy. Understand me? Really? Come on. Correct. Let's go. We. Dots. Ice to D2. This is the moment when the political ideology is going to the roof. Because Cloud is a centrist. Cloud believes he can defeat Sephiroth in the marketplace of ideas. And if you don't believe in the marketplace of ideas, then you are no good. Veganism. Our debate President Sunday on veganism and market board of ideas. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for me to debate President Sunday on the market board of ideas? Look at this. Dots. What is this? Received wind slash. Ooh, what is wind slash? Is a weapon? It's a weapon. No, it's not a weapon. Wind slash is a weapon for Yuffie. I knew it was a good move to give her this opportunity to prove herself. Destroy. Wind slash. But he has extra materia. What is it? Shiva? Oh no! Healer, come on. Okay, now we go. Look at this. We slash double or double materia growth. I did not know this. And attack percent. Yes. I destroy my enemy. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, this looks like a fun. Barret, big boy. Big boy. He's Barret, the big boy. Is this how Yuffie fights in Final Fantasy VII Remake as well? Quack, 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 quack. Wah, 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 wah. Big boy! Yeah. Look at this! Who are you? Is this Sephiroth? I die. Hello? No, not Sephiroth. After a long sleep, the time the Harem's come. Look, Cloud. Look at this. Hello? It's me, Sephiroth. You are lovely. Who are you? You remember me? I'm Cloud. Cloud. Who are you? This is the difference between Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Remake, okay? In the original one, Sephiroth says, "Who are you?" And in the remake, Sephiroth says, "I love you." Okay? Sephiroth, what are you thinking? What are you doing? The time is now. What? Come on! See? In the original, it's "Who are you?" And in the remake, is "I love you." I love you, big boy. Wah, wah. Wait. Wait. Wah, 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 wah. It's Shiva. Destroy. Wait. Mimi. The laser. Destroy, Jacob! Hello! Yeah, we destroy enemy! Destroy you! Ugly enemy! Pervert! Die, pervert! I put you! Hello! Look at this! I destroy! Come on! Yeah, Mecha Bouncy Bunny! They're the best! Come on! Wait. Oh. Ham is bad? Mother. Oh, I did not mean for this to happen. But it's okay. Oh, wait, I have to. It's true. White Cape? What is White Cape? What does White Cape do? Take everything. What is White Cape? No. I just alt-tabbed it by mistake. Ew, what is it? Gross profit. Yenova. The arm of Yenova. Yenova, you mean he's been walking around with that thing? Pervert. So it was Sephiroth. He was mumbling something about time. Time is now? I don't know what the hell's going on. Glad, why don't you explain to me what's happening so far? Oh, I love it. This is one thing about Final Fantasy VII. Like, the game had periodic story recaps, okay? Why don't you explain to me what's happening so far? What's happening so far? My gosh. Explain the story to us. I try, but don't interrupt me while I'm explaining, okay? Come on. Sephiroth went on off searching for the promised land so he could become the ruler of the planet. That was 5 years ago. Then Sephiroth came back and killed President Shinra. And then just now all of us saw Sephiroth. He was carrying Genova with him. This much I do know. He told me he wants to go to the promised land with his mother, Genova. I guess that's about it. Oh my gosh. Dock workers, you will be docking in 5 minutes. Prepare for docking. Wow, we best hurry and hide somewhere. Come on. Hey, let me get the materia. Ifrit! Come on. I have you now, hot boy. Sephiroth is arrivé. The promised land. Does it really exist? Bye. Maybe it does. Maybe it does not, Mother Quacker. This is the beautiful graphic, not some ugly remake. You know, remake is the ugly game. Oh, by the way, did you know that you can buy a villa in Costa del Sol? Did you know? And then you can rest there for free? You don't need any money to rest there for free? I bet you did not know that you need like 3 million gil or something to buy the villa de Costa del Sol. Damn, sure is hot here. But I feel better now that I say goodbye to this Sailor Sue. You listen up. You'll be sure to mingle like regular folks here. Oh, too bad. I think Barret Sailor Sue. He looks so cute, Kute. What do you mean, Kute? Right, well, Barret, why don't you use that sailor suit for pajamas? Right, Cloud? Yes. You look like a bear wearing a marshmallow. The hell is that supposed to mean? This happens to be the most comfortable. So shut up. Poof poof. Would you kindly hurry? That heat is drying my nose. Come on. Yeah, mine too. Alright, we'll take a break and then head off. Don't wander too far off. Come on. It looks like my man got messed up. I'm going to rest somewhere cool. I think I'll go swimming. Sounds good to me. Cloud, are you thinking of anything in particular? Your cool exterior is cracking. Well then, let's go. Michael! Hello, girl! Hello, little girl. But a bunch of hardworking deckhands like you wouldn't understand. On the marine blue sea, gazing at the eternal skies that seem to go on forever, gives you the feeling you're taking a nap on the wing of Cessna. It's ultimate high. I don't get it. I don't understand you, you pervert. But now we're about to enter a funny scene. I live forever. Bum, bum. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, those mini helicopters are funny. Vic, what boy? Jeez, what a long boat ride. Good work, everyone. Hurry up with that. Yes, sir. Come on. I heard Sephiro was on the board. Yeah. And it seems Claude and the others were on board too. Yeah. They all slipped through. You missed a big this time, Heidegger. I'm ashamed of myself. Is that all you can do? Give one more answers and apologize for everything. Ready for departure, sir? I'm ashamed of myself. Do something. I'll be expecting results. I'm ashamed of myself. I take it out on my workers and random people. I destroy you all. Eh. You so angry? Angry boy? Okay, let's go. This is a villa. Come on. Who are you? What a fluffy bed if it's so grey. What a 5 more minutes. Huh? I'm sorry, didn't know you were here. This is so embarrassing. Take your time and look around. So are you seriously considering buying? The heck you mean? I'm out of here. What are you selling? That's pretty low. Are you pulling my leg? I'm talking about this house. This villa used to belong to President Shinra. It only recently came back on the market. How do you like it? It was a large lot come fluffy furnished with a goose down bed, and there's even a basement to boot. The villagers call it the Shinra Villa. Of course we're not giving it away. How much is it? Wow, how do you plan to buy it without the dime on you? Well, the price for your information is a still 300 gil. 300,000 gil. Out of your range? Go out, go on out. You pervert! What if I had enough money? I'm gonna steal your items. Firing! Yes, sir. All those items are free, so please help yourself. I'm stealing them. Power sword. Motor drive. Snore, snore. Snore. My lower back's killing me. Yes, sir. How do you do? I'm the manager. Nice to meet you. Well, if you'll pardon me, I'll be leaving. Good night. What happened? What happened to this? Come on. Understand me? Okay, let's get out of here. But if you understand me, that's all good and well. Ooh. Hee hee hee. Come on. What is this? Let's go in here. Bar. heading over to Gold Saucer now. We're gonna make a ton of money at Chocobo Races. Welcome to Bar de Sol. Hoof hoof. Come please, if you don't buy from me, I won't be able to pay for the rent. Uh-oh. Ooh. Platinum bangle. Look at this, powerful weapon. Ooh. Okay, that's good enough for me. Let's go ahead and let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Skedaddle. Ooh, hello girls. Shall we play our hands on here? Hello girls, I will follow you. You remember not compromises. Girls, don't ignore me. Girls, where are you? I heard that big dog talks like a human. That's cool but weird. That's interesting. It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. You see, this tail of mine moves quite independently of my will. I will bully you! Look, you can bully. Bully! 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 Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm evil! I bully you! Okay, I'm done. Butch, yeah, I'd like to find gorgeous chick and have a great time. Said Butch. Come on. What are you talking about, Butch? Butch. How about some soft as a memento of this wonderful trip, mate? So special in Costa del Sol. Okay, Butch. Hello, Butter Wagon. Look at this, I bully. Butter, so look, Butter Wagon, I bully. Bully. I am evil. Come on. Do you see how much I bully? This is my thing. Bullying the little kitty. Where am I? Let's play pool. Shucks, too bad. Hey, don't you feel friends have a cute lady? She came in here looking for him for a while ago. You better find her. What are you going to do? Just forget about her and go to bed? Change my mind. Yeah, don't go to bed, you pervert. Come on. Okay, let's go here. I don't think you understand my feelings. Oh, Cloud! Look at that. It's Hojo. Babies! Who, Hojo? That girl in the bikini? Not a bad view. What are you looking at? That man over there, that's Hojo from Shinra. Get out of here. Go talk to him, you pervert. Come on. Ah, the good ones are gone. What about those two? Hey, I want the one on the left. Well, then I guess that leaves me with the one on the right. I have a bad feeling about this. Go over and talk to him. What do you want? I want to talk with him. Is that Hoja? It's okay. I will never be arrested. I am Adaki. Hey, who do you think you are? Professor Hojo, that scary man says he wants to talk with you. I am busy right now. Too bad. No, I remember you all now. Yes, I remember now. It's been a long time, Cloud. Hojo. Sometimes you just got to do something like this. What are you doing? It should be obvious. I'm getting a tan. see. I believe we both had the same goal. You mean Sephiroth? Did you see him? I see. What is he? Nothing, I just remember a certain hypothesis. Haven't you ever had the feeling something is calling you? Or that you had to visit some place? I'll go anywhere Sephiroth is at. To beat him and put an end to all this. I see. This could be interesting. Were you in Soldier? Would you like to be my guinea pig? Oh, now what? Are you going to draw your sword? Knock it off, Clow. Look, I don't know, but he knows a lot of stuff, right? Come on. Say, aren't you the ancient? I'm Iris. The least you can do is remember a name. Come on. I want you to tell me something, Professor Hojo. I'm an ancient, my mother told me. Your mother? Oh, you mean Ifalna? How is she? You didn't know? She died. I see. Professor Hojo? Is Genovan an ancient? Is Sephiroth an ancient? Do we all have the same blood? Mumble, mumble, head west. He's mumbling slowly. That must mean he's hiding something. That does not logically follow. Hey, answer us, pervert. It's no you say, it's no go. Come on. We go. He never takes off his lab coat, even in this heat. I guess that's the mark of an intellectual. True! I'd be happy to be a giant piggies for the Professor Hojo. I'll interpret Professor Hojo's whispers. Head west past Mount Corel and keep going. Did you get that? I didn't understand it well myself. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, gigglers! Are you excited? Let's talk to this lady. Hello. Say, aren't you bored? Yeah, we fight a lot. Isn't that good? You're just experiencing too much. Are you? Here you are, the customer sold tourist information guy. It's true. Come on, show me around town. Oh yeah. Well, not so. I thought so. Come on. Giggling. 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 I do the giggling. Giggling. Yeah. I bet you don't understand my feelings. Let's go inside. Oh. It's true. Xeno gear. When I hear the word Xeno gender, it actually makes me think of Xenogears. So I guess Xenogears is a Xeno gender game. It's Final Fantasy VI, but there's also Final Fantasy gender. Yee! And remember the one when... Oh, stop it, that's right, really? Really? Oh yeah, and then that time. Tifa, yeah. Who's taking a shower? Alright, I remember it too. Who's taking a shower in there? Open up, it's the police. What's this? Hey, you're under arrest. Claude, would you mind leaving us alone for the day? We haven't seen each other for ages, and sometimes it's fun to talk about old times for a change. Ooh, it's a date. Yeah, don't get mad or anything. I'll try not to be back too late, so please don't worry about us. Worry? I'm not worried. You're right. Yeah. I'm never worried about you, Tifa. Never! I don't like you. So don't get cocky. And come on. Let's go sleep. In an inn. And there's supposed to be a poster somewhere around here, but I cannot find it for the Turtle Paradise. Move, you pervert! Move! Please move! Come on! Okay. There's no poster for the Turtle Paradise here. Do you know where the posters for the Turtle Paradise are? I don't know, I never know. Hello? You're in bed, are you inviting me? I don't know why I'm so tired. There's so many things I don't understand. I feel a bit uneasy. Cloud? What do you think of me? Nothing much! Sorry, but I never think about those things. How could you say such a thing? Sometimes you make me feel so mad. Oh, I never should have brought it up. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Well, then don't talk about it, you pervert. If you cannot take facts from me and logic, then you should not even. You should not even. Who cares about Tifa? We have a big boy to romance through. Stay. You must be tired. Who cares about Darius? I don't think about you at all. Boom! Have to do something? It's like the honor of the Pantera. Okay. Press 1 if we should play some more Final Fantasy. Press 2 if we should get to the debate between Vouch and our mystery person. Come on. You understand me? My feelings? It's an egg! I'll destroy you! Steal. Chicky. Nothing to steal. The bay! Ooh. I need a tiebreaker. Tiebreaker! The VII, Gigglers. I need a tiebreaker. It's Shiva! I want to do everything, all the time. This is what I am, who I am. Ooh, the bay, okay. Okay, mystery debate it is, Gigglers, come on. And let's get to the debate if anyone wants to react to it. Your DJ Murray video was what made me become a patron in the first place. Oh, really? Okay. Like, it's a mystery debate, so it's like a... Okay, let's go. Two was the debate, right? One was more Final Fantasy. Okay. Let's see. First, let's turn on the page that is called Ptasie Mleczko. Ptasie Mleczko, come on. I was told to look at primary source instead of looking at someone's reaction to a debate, okay? So today we will look at the primary source instead of looking at a reaction to a debate because I listen to feedback. I am not one of those streamers that never listen to feedback, okay? So I will look at the primary source. Vouch. Let's see the debate. Where's the debate? I will do my best. But for now, I will just react to a debate, okay? Maybe I will debate Vash about this debate. I will debate. There we go. This is interesting because this is called an interview. No, this is from 1 month ago. Steven reacted to that debate as well. I don't think Vosh has uploaded it as a debate. You know? I have to see. I have to see actually. I have to find it. Vaush, where are you? Vosh, where are you? Vaush. Oh my god, now I have to find it. Gigglers, you want the primary sources? And now I'm forced to find the primary source debate. Do you see what you did to me? Do you see what you have turned me into? You have turned me into a pervert! Come on. Now I have to find it. I have to find the debate. Gee, where is it? Cannot find it. Where is you? Vash, where are you?
Feel that what you're saying now is missing the point. I can shit talk JK all day.
Vash, where is the debate? Tell me.
By disagreeing with me.
Oh my gosh, this is not the stream, I think. This is from 9 months ago? What? Wait, what? Okay, I have to look the full stream VODs.
Gavin Newsom signed it in.
I should be arrested? Really? Let's look this. Manly mail. Okay, I don't think this is it. This is too short. Like, look, like all the sacrifices I do for you. All these sacrifices I do for you. I do this all for you. Okay? Everything I do for you, for every single one of you, individually. Because we are like a family.
Yeah, well, Black and the Borg, that's what people...
What is this? Who is this?
Yeah, oh boy.
Whoa, boy! I think it's the New Year's stream. No. Maybe? I think the debate happened on New Year's. Maybe. Let's go. Or before the New Year's.
That much, you know. Still haven't...
Okay, it's before New Year's. I have to find it. I think this is
And that's like every single...
Andrew. I cannot find! I cannot find the original material. Do I actually have to go to someone's reaction to it? Or would you rather see the original? Press 1 if you want me to look for the original material. Press 2 if you want me to... to actually... to just look into at someone who reacted to it. Choose. Let's choose. Please choose. Choose.
I'll be bipolar until I die. It has nothing larger.
Please choose.
Everyone says hi. Everyone in chat... Butter.
Oh my gosh.
Andrew Tate fans. We really think like 12-year-old boys on Twitch are waking up like, yeah, dude, I love to suppress others. My male privilege in this patriarchy is... The person FD signifier is arguing.
Modern and a technological powerhouse.
Because fascists and...
Oh my gosh. When was the debate? Oh, I remember. Okay, tell me what day did Vosh talk to Josie? To Josie about... When is Vosh talk to Josie? When was it? When was it? The talk with Josie. Do you remember when Vosh talked to Josie? Or no? What stream was the talk with Josie?
2/3 of the population of Earth.
He wants all that ooh-woo democratic socialism.
Relevant to the script. I feel like this is a lie right here.
Feet long.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I have to check something. Josie. Oh my gosh. It was Josie. When was it? The wash pit. Maybe I'll find it in the wash pit, the whole thing. Four days ago. What day was it 4 days ago? I think it was like the 31st, yeah, on the stream vods.
Oh,
Okay, let's see. The stream for the 31st. I think this is it. This has to be it.
Look at all the video and like go to clubs every night and just rail sputter psychotic. There's a ton. It was bullshit. What especially that and
follow as this continues to roll out.
No. No, Asmongold. Maybe here. I think this has to be it. Yeah, I found it! Okay, now we're gonna go to the primary source. You have been patient with me, but now it's time. Let's go, debate. Debate time, okay? With the mystery person. Where is you? Where are you?
master stroke of a plan. Nobody ever does. Wash who? Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready.
I don't know. Could anything top that? I'm studying $5. What's
Should
your
be here.
opinion on Hassan? Wait, is that not safe for work?
Where is it?
This is to be
I heard it was here.
and he's up the temperature or debate
Where's the debate?
pronunciation, right?
Wait, what the hell?
Appreciate that. Thank you. Merry Christmas, those rap. Keep in mind, critical role. The funniest thing is that debate is
Where's
made.
the debate?
All that data.
They hadn't been invented.
Where's the debate? Okay.
Art school students, like edgy, like emo rock, as it is being.
Okay. I cannot. The debate I heard was on this day.
Both of us wearing comically oversized, like tweed suit jackets. With
What the hell? Wait, what the hell?
regarding the public airing of Dragon Ball Super's last 2 episodes, asking to suspend it if it's. Hold on, folding ideas, hoodie.
Oh, there we go.
I will never see Black Clover.
There we go.
We
Okay, are you ready? Oof. Okay, we're ready. I'm changing the title. Changing the title. Lucy, blind reaction to a mystery. Okay, maybe not all caps. Lucy's blind reaction to a Vouch mystery debate. Comment? Ready. How do you like the new title? Is it a catcher? Let's go and let's link it on the, how you call it, President Sunday. I will orbiter. Come on. Come on. Okay, I am ready. Cough, cough, cough.
To believe.
Let's
Do you
go.
think Chainsaw Man will eventually stand along One Piece and Hunter x Hunter with the current trajectory? No. Hunter x Hunter and One Piece are not cynical. They are fully, like, completely moving forward shonen stories. Chainsaw Man is deeply cynical, and it's a satire. You guys ever get the feeling when reading Chainsaw Man that it's the most contrarian shit you've ever read in your life? Like, you know for a fact.
Okay, let's get to the debate.
Writing and drawing.
Oh
it.
my god.
He's like, what would a regular shonen story do right now? And he's like, you know, that does not make it bad. It's very good, but I don't think it would. I don't think it can really enter into, like, you can't really put it alongside One Piece because One Piece doesn't want to subvert expectations, right? One Piece wants to meet expectations, in a really, like, high quality fashion, which.
One Piece. I wanna beat expectation.
How do I make the reader sad in this chapter? I think that's fine. That's legitimate art, right? That's like part. You know, if you want to make a manga and just make people sad, fucking go for it. A lot of the characters are very low empathy. It appeals to edgy people. I don't actually agree with that.
Edgy
I don't
boys?
actually agree with that because I think the things that people remember most from part 1 of Chainsaw Man, not spoiling, are the friendships that matter versus the friendships that don't. Because Denji is really immature and low empathy, and the story is about, like, the distinctions between, like, it's him, like, this is one of the things that reminds me of Fooly Cooly in the sense. It's that Naota in Fooly Cooly is, like, very socially maladjusted, and his, like, maturity and his growth as a person are sort of achieved through a reflection of the interest.
Okay, we're almost ready.
Howdy!
Oh, let's go back a bit. So let's prepare. 3, 2, 1. This is a blind. We'll see. Maybe I will fumble. Okay, let's go. Let's watch. Hello?
I hit the call button.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
Anastasia, like that.
Anastasia. No.
People are saying second to last syllable.
Anastasia.
Anastasia. Yeah, that's what I said.
Anastasia.
Well, she'll get it eventually. Howdy.
Besides, this is like a common name also in England. Anastasia. Like you have Annas in England as well.
Oh.
Hello. I debate you. Oh my gosh.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me
Yeah, I can hear you just
I
fine.
can hear you as well. It's like a freeway car.
this time or not?
Yes, I can see you.
I cannot see you.
Yay, thank you.
Now I can see you.
Okay, about it. Finally.
Hello
So-
and happy holidays. Or okay, so I only just
Can you see
learned
the
this.
tree?
Yeah, and it looks fantastic.
This looks like a tree. I don't have
I
a
only
tree.
just learned this. You
Because I-
Orthodox
Hanukkah.
Christmas isn't the same as non-Orthodox Christmas?
It's not the same.
It's kind of weird in the sense that Soviet
later.
Union and communism destroyed religion here in terms like physically, literally ruined the thing. So most people did not celebrate anything in terms of religious holidays because it was prohibited. So it was weird for a while. No,
As of debate. Okay, let's get into this. Maybe I will side with Anastasia. Maybe I will side with Vash. Okay? Let's see, Anastasia. Maybe I will be on Anastasia's side. Maybe, you know, let's go into it. Let's get into the match.
nobody celebrated anything, and then people started to celebrate shit, but with another date than the rest of Christians do. So the 7th of January instead of how the rest of the people do it.
So you
That's because Eastern Orthodox religion is not the same that Christianity. There was a schism in the church, you know. Eastern Orthodox is not the same as Catholicism.
It's a
say
long story, but
the Soviet Union is
Yeah.
Grinch-like then.
sorta. That's a good way to put it for sure. Yeah, it's a little bit weird because people are strange here in terms of religion because they're kind of religious.
So just to explain, Eastern Orthodox religion is different from Catholicism. Okay, there was a lot of historical conflict on that front.
But not in the way that American people are. Yeah, so sorry, I will make myself a little bit less loud if I can. Or is it fine? Does it sound okay?
Oh, you sound good on my end. I turned you up. You were actually a bit quiet at first.
Oh yeah. Maybe I need to turn myself up, or is it all right now?
Oh, I boosted you on my side.
Okay, good. Thank you. Basically, people are weird as fuck in terms of religion here because they say they're religious, but they are not religious in the way that American people are. So you would not hear like Jesus that, Jesus this every 5 seconds. So I got so many nice messages from people after I appeared on CNN. But there was so much Jesus there. Like, I pray for you, like Jesus, I pray for you, praying for your family, praying for your God is with you, stuff like that. It's a bit cringe in terms of Ukraine. People like don't talk about God that much, and
Yeah.
about Jesus as
Uh,
well.
well, you know how
Jesus!
imperious and arrogant we can be with projecting our religion across the globe. Still, Christianity still like the the number one vehicle through which we express our sympathy to our allies abroad, which is really, really, really weird. The thoughts and prayers stuff is kind of like a meme in America. Like if something bad happens and people are like, "Oh yeah, thoughts and prayers," that gets made fun of because it doesn't actually do anything. But even liberal outlets will still do it. With
You know when Polish people speak about Jesus the most? I will tell you. When a Polish person trips and falls, they say Jesus. This is when Polish people invoke the name of Jesus. Or when they hit themselves, they say Jesus Christ. Or like as I said, when someone falls down, they say Jesus. And that's the biggest, that's most times when people say Jesus in
stuff
Poland.
going on abroad. So it feels like, we still get away with it when it's not within our own country.
It also kind of, I think they meant it actually because most of them were a bit older. Like people who found me at first found me on Facebook, which is where all the boomers are.
I'm
right?
the oldest.
So basically, they were mostly like older people, like 40 plus people, and 50 plus
I am
people. And they, I think, were pretty
90
genuine in
plus.
their like religious stuff, which I appreciate, the thought. But I was a little bit surprised by the amount of Jesus, which was
Too much Jesus?
interesting.
And that's
Because
how I feel.
even religious,
Too much Jesus?
go on.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go on, tell me
I
about
basically am,
Jesus.
like an atheist. I have always been, like since birth, basically. I was not raised religious. So for me, people who are religious here, I know them. They're my friends. I respect them a lot. And it's not the religion itself. It's just the sheer amount of Jesus.
No, yeah, it's
Also,
kind of a weird divide.
I
in the
mean, it's
States.
called Christianity, right?
Major cities, in most like high density urban areas, you never see Christianity or Jesus brought up at all, or at least very rarely. And then in the rural areas, it's all Jesus land. I mean, you never hear anything but about
Yes.
Jesus. And
Literally.
the compromise is that liberal institutions, politicians, what have you, the compromise they have is that they'll be
When do we get to the debate? I came here to the arguing
Joe
and
Biden,
mad and
who's
angry
been a
feelings.
practicing Catholic his entire life.
I didn't come here for Jesus. I have to say, this debate has too much Jesus in it.
Just like very occasionally, you know, like, and God bless the troops.
Well, I have to edit this part out.
And that's like the middle ground.
Is it the boring
what is
Jesus part that
otherwise
I will
like an
have to
extremely wide
edit out of the
religiosity.
debate video?
Yeah, I noticed that the president also like shakes the Bible, you know, every now and
The
then.
what?
Not like obnoxiously, but you know,
Yeah.
he does the rituals.
Biden
Pretty
shakes
interesting. I only honestly thought America was
Bible Belt Biden?
but apparently not. Like half the population is pretty religious. Half
Poland
is
is
not.
so cringily Catholic.
You know,
Oh yeah,
will be like more religious, right?
but I will tell you this. In Poland, Poland being so Catholic as it is, actually Poland does not speak about Jesus much. Poland mainly speaks about Mary. Yeah. Like, Poland basically speaks about Jesus' mom all the time. Mary! Saint Mary! The Queen of Poland! And all that, you know? Like, this is basically what it is, right? Like, in the US, they speak of Jesus, and in Poland, they mainly speak of Jesus' mom. I could beat Jesus in a fight. Well, we'll have to arrange it and find out more.
And you know, liberal,
No blood sport? No bloodbath?
less religious.
I have to do a
Yeah, it's moving
bloodbath
pretty quickly.
Um,
I
with
think
Vash.
the number of atheists in the United States, it's like going up massively. I think the number of like religiously unaffiliated
I will
people is
defeat
something
you.
like 30%, right?
I will avenge
Who
Anastasia.
identify with Christianity do so in the most like distant way imaginable.
I
It's
am
like, you know,
distant.
they put up a Christmas tree and maybe they've gone to church
Like
once.
me.
Right, but they do I put up a Christmas tree, but they're like culturally Christian, but they don't engage with the religion. I think it's like 50-50 in terms of actively religious now in the States, which is pretty wild.
That's in here. It's like most people like that. So they will say, yeah, I believe in God, but they're like, don't go to church and shit, you know. So
Oh,
God, I
basically, like
wish.
it's like a ritual, basically. Here. So there's some people who are religious for sure, but most people. But to be fair to them, the way it was done, like I am all pro atheism, you know. I was like, when I was in Czechia, almost everyone is atheist there in Czech Republic, and I was like, holy shit, it feels so good. But then the way it was done by Soviets is not the way to do it, in my opinion.
No, I'm not.
So,
I'm not
you know.
endorsing the Soviet
Yeah.
model of eradicating religion by persecuting like its institutions and then quietly bringing back the Orthodox Church because so many people got mad they wouldn't go to work. I'm not. I don't.
Yup.
I don't endorse their methods. It seems kind of counterproductive.
Not to mention the fact that they literally like destroyed churches,
Right.
stole the fucking like how do you call it, bells, like golden bells from there, like paintings. They like ruined everything pretty that was here, just because I don't know why. Honestly, they just hate pretty things apparently. So
Yeah, I do
you know,
want the
it was
bells.
done.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to do a whole segment on the so-called socrealism. You know, socrealism is a combination of the word socialism and realism, and it was after World War II. It was basically a direction of art that was state mandated. We might briefly look like it's a bit of a stun log, but we might briefly look
it was
into
done in
like a
pretty barbaric way.
Wikipedia Socrealism. Is there's an English wiki on Socrealism? Socrealism. Wikipedia. Socialist realism is a style of idealized realistic art that was developed in the Soviet Union and was the official style in the country between 1932 and 1988, as well as in the socialist countries after World War II. Socialist realism is characterized by the depiction of communist values, such as emancipation of the proletariat. Despite its name, the figures in the style are very often highly idealized, especially in sculpture, where it often leans heavily on the conventions of classical sculpture. Although related, it should not be confused with social realism, a type of art that realistically depicts subjects of social concern, or other forms of realism in the visual arts. Socialist realism was made with the extremely literal and obvious meaning, usually showing an idealized USSR. Socialist realism was usually devoid of complex artist meaning or interpretation. As long as they are busy and not doing any writing off, I don't necessarily want them gone until after the war. But if they could stop being Nazis now, that would be great. True. Socialism realism was predominant form of approved art in Soviet Union, not only the Soviet Union. From its development in the early 1920s to its eventual fall from official status beginning in the late 1960s until the breakup of the Soviet Union. It was in Poland as well, actually. While other countries have employed a prescribed canon of art, socialist realism in the Soviet Union persisted longer and was more restrictive than elsewhere in Europe. Other countries. After the Russian Revolution, socialist realism became an international literary movement. Socialist trends in literature were established in 1920s in Germany, France, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. Writers who helped develop socialist realism in West included the doctrine of socialist realism in other people's republics was legally enforced in 1949 to 1956. See, like in Poland. I think there is a legit debate to be had right in aesthetics against, for lack of the word, decadence. Like horrible social, like I don't think it's a stretch to say that my great-grandfather, who was a composer, committed suicide because of socialist realism. He fell into a deep depression after the war, and he has committed suicide shortly after the war because of the restrictions put on his art. Is that really?
And prosecution, in my opinion, is not the way to go. But you know, it is what it is. People then started to practice religion.
So people were really like the subjugation of the Stalin's regime really affected people in many different ways, you know, when artists could not do their thing freely and some of them, well, took their own life, like my great-grandfather.
Somewhat with a little bit of a vigor, you know, like overcompensating in the 90s. Basically, people would start wear crosses, like obnoxious big crosses and stuff like that in the 90s to sort of like return to, I guess, religion when it was not prohibited any longer. But it died down.
And of course, in Poland during the quote-unquote communist time, the church played a very important role in being part of the sort of this opposition effort against the government. Thank you, Brina.
After all, people
Well,
got like
that's-
tired of it.
It's the
Right.
countercultural thing, right? Like now that you're not any longer under the thumb of the Soviets, like how do you express your Ukrainian patriotism? Well, by, you know, adopting all the symbology that the Soviets denied you, like, you know,
Yeah,
overt Christianity.
by wearing an extremely tacky crosses, of course.
We still have those over here too.
Well, the crosses are different, right? They are crossed out crosses, you know. The Orthodox Church crosses have this extra additional dash, you know.
Yeah, are they like gold and shit or
Oh yeah, God, yeah, for sure. I mean, literally, have you seen what Kanye West has been up to lately? That guy is like the archbishop of incredibly tacky Christian merchandise. Like like these big wait, hold on. Kanye West sweaters, I think. He has these like gigantic Christ is King branded.
Oh, I saw that. So cringe.
No,
Ew.
yeah, with these huge like crosses and stuff. I'm trying to find because he puts out so much merchandise. It's really difficult. Well, here's
Keep in mind why I think Anastasia is great on many things. I personally do not agree on everything with Anastasia, you know? Like, for example, I don't share her belief that every single Russian person is responsible for Russia invading Ukraine, right? I don't think that every Russian person is basically a culprit, right? I think of those like, I do realize that Anastasia has like a very nationalistic bent to her. There's a lot of nationalism when it comes to her. And as you might have gathered from my many talks about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and many other topics, I am not really a big fan of the nation state and nationalism concepts. Yeah, I saw her discussing it on Twitter that she believes that basically all of Russia shares the responsibility over the war, right? And I'm not really a fan of that narrative. So I think she's great on certain things, but I think I do not agree when it comes to everything with Anastasia, right? Like we're gonna have ideological differences, especially since I think she's more of a fan of nationalism, and I think the concept of nationalism is basically cringe, right? I don't necessarily disagree, Danya, but I think art being critiqued as being a wasteful is a potential slippery slope that needs to be handled with care. True.
one of him as Jesus Christ, which feels kind of sacrilegious, I guess.
Right.
But, you know.
I really don't see you, by the way. So if that
Oh,
would
did I
be
not hit the
fixed,
button?
yeah, I'm
Oh,
staring at my stat for sure.
sorry. There you go.
Oh, my way better, way better.
Oh, my
Staring at yourself is not pleasant.
I forgot to hit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not true. I forgot to hit the button.
Professional YouTuber.
Yeah.
Professional. True professional here.
Oh,
right?
don't
Like
even.
I
This
don't.
is far from the worst I've done. Just yesterday, I had an interview with the
Josie.
project manager for the
I love
National
Josie.
Brand Survey, and I forgot to.
Josie is the first person that had me on stream to talk, you know? Josie is best. We all love Josie.
Oh,
But yeah, nah, the shaka. I don't really like any form of nationalism.
Publicize the survey participation to my audience before it closed. So there was a couple thousand respondents we could have gotten who we didn't because I just completely fucking forgot.
oh, that sucks.
That's
Yeah.
true,
But, you
Bruno.
know,
One lends to lead into the other. I honestly don't see how there is any division between nationalism and fascism. One bleeds into the other. Yeah, I'm gonna say they do. I'm gonna say that one leads to the other.
oh, I also have a
Yeah,
new camera,
that's
by the
my
way,
opinion
for the
anyway.
people. Like, hey, everyone, by the way, who's watching, because this one does not ruin my face that much. The last one, cheap one I had, it was like distorting, you know, like disrupting
I hope you didn't mean Josie and Neil. I hope you don't mean Josie.
the image, basically. It was like doing some weird voodoo shit with my face. It was like not properly proportioned. But this camera is better, so people can, you know, see the thing.
No,
as it is.
you look great, and also we have a working internet connection this time. Here, wait. I just, as a
Yes.
curiosity, I'm linking to you the stupid fucking one of Kanye's like
Oh,
very loud.
Okay, so they're
Yes.
gonna.
oh shit! It's so tacky.
And see, you see the Christ on the sleeve? It's very funny.
Yes.
I kind of
Oh,
like it.
no, that's bad. It's like 90s Ukraine, basically, aesthetics.
There. Oh, dude, holy shit! 90s Ukraine
We're
was just a
past
bunch of
that.
Kanye's walking around. That's fucking amazing.
Hmm.
Can we see it? Wait,
Yeah,
chat. I just
in
showed
terms
you.
of style.
Um, God, they have the drip.
Hello, Chad.
Oh wait,
Hey.
somebody in chat wanted me to ask you.
Hello, chat.
Mhm.
Right before you picked up the phone, have you
Uh-oh.
ever watched or read Naruto?
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
I did watch the entire
Oh.
thing and read it too. I was a
Oh.
anime geek when I was
Oh
a
shit!
Well, well, well.
Even
Yeah.
Shippuden?
Yes,
Okay, you're
which I
ahead.
have thoughts on.
Okay, well shit.
Not
Don't shoot him.
Oh.
You're ahead of me then. Fuck. Okay, there you go, chat.
yeah.
Naruto?
I actually watched a
Sasuke?
lot of anime, but I mostly like more grim, serious shit. So my favorite thing is anime called Monster, which is
Oh, I love
monster
Monster.
in English.
Monster, I know Monster is like a very famous mangaka that also made a manga adaptation of Astro Boy.
It is fucking amazing. I love it.
That's the one with the. No, that's not the one with the hand. The one with the hand is Parasite.
Ah.
Okay, no, yeah, Monster's one. That was
No,
the
no.
Not exactly. Actually, Naruto does not promote nationalism the way we understand it. Naruto actually not like. Actually, I'm not sure I agree with this take that Naruto does promote nationalism because there is none of the villages had like a national identity, so to speak. Like all of them came from all different clans. They just created a village, and then the village was based on just safety. But they were just a bunch of clans that were together, basically. And they just decided that they had a common theme, but they were not really. They didn't really have any state, so to speak. They have a Hokage that's basically a village chief, and they don't really have a state that rules over a fixed border. There's no border patrol. I don't think it does nationalism at all, actually. Yesterday, Vosh defended to a hacking video defending North. Oh no. Oh no. Who would defend North Korea? Yikes.
mixed up.
That one is. This one is pretty serious shit, like crypto fascists, Nazis.
The Monster is pretty
Good
serious.
stuff.
Hey, that's what we're
Historical.
talking.
Monsters is pretty good. Monster is a good manga. But I like Pluto more. I like Pluto more than Monster, okay? And I especially like the judo girl the fashionable judo girl Yawara.
Talking about today.
Yeah, genocide and shit, and personal relationship of one Japanese doctor with his consciousness and his vow as a doctor not to hurt people, but knowing that the hurted people actually will save a lot of other people. Pretty interesting stuff in terms of philosophy, detective lines. It's very like mystical, but at the same time very realistic. Pretty great.
Yeah, that mangaka is really good. I have to say that. From this mangaka, I recommend to you the fashionable judo girl Yawara, Monster, of course, but most of all, I recommend to you the manga called Pluto, which is an adaptation of Astro Boy. Yeah, I don't think Naruto was nationalistic either, Moho. I have to agree. I don't think Naruto was all that nationalistic, actually.
Very smart in my
Okay,
opinion.
well shit. I'll bump it up
Yeah.
to my list then, because I don't think I've seen it.
It is depressing though, I must say. It's a pretty sad story.
8.8 on my anime list. Oh my god, they don't throw those out for anyone. You gotta have either
Always.
a lot of high quality writing or a lot of pedophilia to get that high up on the anime rankings.
It has a lot of quality writing.
You
must
said
say.
yes.
I see. Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah.
But I think it might be actually be better to read the manga than watch the anime.
Up there.
Oh, about that, well, by pedophilia, obviously. So people linked me like Kharkiv's Kid Finder.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I
And I
was
was
yeah,
like,
I
what
went
the
over there to
fuck?
contribute to
What?
the service. That meme got a Reuters fact check. I got a Reuters article dedicated to me because of that. It was incredibly
Yeah,
funny.
people send
Yeah, but there is no national identity of being um, land of fire, you know? There was no like land of fire national, you know? Like different countries existed before nation states. And the land and everyone just went freely from country to country in Naruto. There was no border. Like there was no strictly controlled border. There was no border control. And there was no I'm a land of firer. I'm a firer, you know? Like the countries were just countries. They weren't the nation states, right? There is no such rhetoric in Naruto. Like it's absent. And you have villages. Like I don't think it's now that nationalistic. You know? There's like if you want a actual if you want a manga that is much closer to promoting anything close to patriotism, then I would say Attack on Titan would be much closer to promoting anything if you know, anything like patriotism and nationalism. I think Attack on Titan is much, much closer to the bill, right?
me your fans. They send me it and show me. I was asking them like, what the fuck is that? And they were like, oh. But when I saw them, were they like implying you're like a pedophile or is it me?
Oh no, for sure. I genuinely don't know if the original meme was made by people who like me or people who don't like me. I don't know. I don't think I'm ever going to know. But yeah,
That tells a lot about your fans.
oh yeah, that was definitely the implication. I do think I'm glad Elijah Schaefer tweeted it though because it ended up creating one of the funniest like, you know, miniature debacles of the year. And I was
What?
happy to help out
I
in
am
Ukraine, you know.
I am confused, you know. I'm here in Kharkiv and shit, and I never seen you
I'm very
helping those,
fast.
children.
I'm very fast. I keep low
Yep.
to the ground.
Oh, yeah, you're very fast with your helping children ways.
You're scooting them around.
My gosh,
children, okay? They're
that
alive.
took a
Yeah.
that took a turn. That's like suddenly a topic, huh? Hmm. When will my talk with Dylan Burns happen?
It says
To
supernatural.
find children.
Of course I'm fast.
Hmm. Yeah.
God, that was
Well.
earlier this year.
Like the warm up.
That was right after the invasion.
Like it's all so nice. It's starting so nice, so warm, and then I guess they will become a little bit more tense. Like I guess it won't be a bloodbath because recently, like when Vosh starts sort of disagreeing, I guess Vosh will be pretty. Oh, thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me before the actual debate started. What about
I went
now?
over there quickly.
Better? Better?
Yeah, you just jumped right in,
Is that better?
They call Dylan war tourist or some shit like that, which I don't like, by the way. But
Yeah, oops. Like calling Dylan a war tourist over going to Ukraine is so bad. Like I would like if somebody tries to call Dylan Burns a war tourist, it's just a bad look for that person. I've actually talked to my mom today and I told her that there's this pretty young person from the US that went and did really good journalism in Ukraine, you know? And that he's just 20 something and that he. Yeah, I think Gayfish was doing it under strong emotions, you know? I think Gayfish was just angry about Dylan Burns' behavior when it comes to defending RGR, you know? But it's really not good to call like what Dylan Burns did war tourism for a few reasons. Like we have discussed this on um, Discord today, that we need to elevate the voice of regular people that are victims to certain systems and certain people. Like we need to elevate voices of refugees or people that are being abused more than the voices of hacks like Lauren Southern or straight up abusers like Nick Fuentes, right? That want to worm their way into politics and cause harm. Like we need to elevate those voices that are of like refugees, for example. And Dylan Burns went to Ukraine and did many interviews at personal cost of his safety and also of his financial well-being, because his income suffered from having those talks, from doing this sort of content, which is really a shame, because what Dylan Burns does should give him much more reward than he is saying, right? That guy really did extra rounds, for example, with Not So Erudite. That guy went around to control there and call him a word tourist. Yeah, that's wick. That's really bad. I don't like when people dismiss good some people do because they did something disagreeable. That's totally unrelated. It's petty. Yeah, I think so. So yeah, Dylan Burns is really great on Ukraine, and I would really love to talk to him about it sooner or later. Yeah.
The real war tourist was you all along. You just came to, to see those Ukrainian children, help them.
Oh yeah, for
Good
sure.
job.
I was right on the thick of it. I
Like for example, like I know this might be a bit of a stun lock, but Dylan explained in meetings and official meetings, even like meetings in official capacity, that when he was in Poland, whenever there was a plane flying by or a siren, Polish children would continue to play, and Ukrainian children would duck and hide and show basically PTSD responses, right? And the thing is that there was a very shameful hand of the government in insisting on using sirens to quote unquote commemorate certain events, even though many people asked the government not to do it because it would traumatize the refugees, and the government stubbornly said that it needs to do the sirens because this or that needs to be celebrated. For example, during the commemoration of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the government decided to use the sirens to commemorate the Jewish Ghetto Uprising, and the Jewish community and all the official delegates from the Jewish community requested that the sirens not be used because it would traumatize the refugees from Ukraine, and the government refused to listen and still used the sirens anyway. And when those things happened, actually, not sure which, because there were a couple of different events that lined up in time when the government used sirens. And I know that Dylan Burns, during his visit, actually tweeted about waking up to sirens one time. So I know that Dylan Burns also went through the whole using of sirens in Poland during the, like when he was still in Poland, right? I know Dylan Burns was in Poland during some of those sirens being used because he tweeted about it. Yeah, actually, there's been a lot of discussion about how I think 90%, like at least almost all of the animals are endangered due to fireworks. I think almost all of dogs go into fight or flight mode when they hear fireworks. So actually, the city is starting to try to limit the use of fireworks. I have to. I'm gonna. I'm gonna confess to something. Like, I never in my life used a firework. I've never actually fired fireworks on New Year's Eve. I've only actually ever looked out the window and saw the fireworks being just used by other people. I have never ever used a firework in my entire life. You know, I've never handled a firework in my entire life. Actually, I was partly a bit afraid of using fireworks. I was afraid I would lose a finger or something, but I don't. In my family, we've never ever used fireworks, right? Interestingly enough, on New Year's Eve, there was some fireworks, and then it went pretty quiet. That's interesting. You know, that's interesting that there were some fireworks, but then it went pretty quiet. So I think there must have been some policies. Warsaw has a pretty progressive president to begin with, right? But I have to say, I have never used a firework in my entire life. I don't care for fireworks anymore at this point. I know it's not special look anymore, but sounds like still annoying. Yeah, there are different types. Like fireworks. Yeah.
I hate that
It
term
is.
war tourist, by the way. I feel like
I do too. I do too. As
I
well.
know there's
Yeah.
a small group of people it has to actually apply to, but I feel like if you're doing independent
If you're gonna apply the term war tourism to Dylan, then you're just dishonest. Or angry. I don't know.
journalism near the front, I don't know like why you would ever try to stigmatize that. You have to
Hello.
have brass balls to even try. I don't know why. Like it's
Mm.
like it's so obviously good
Yeah.
behavior. I don't know. People are weird.
Like,
Yeah,
Dylan Burns did so much good work that it should be repeated like a lot, you know? Like, I have gained a lot of sort of respect, and in many cases, it might affect me in being quite charitable towards Anna. Like, I don't know if you've seen this one, Karasu, but I've heard that there's gonna be some apologia when it comes to the Azov battalion, that this is gonna become a little bit of a tense conversation. So this is why we're here. That this is like it has not happened yet, but this is going to be a tense debate. So this is like, I know Dylan reacted to this debate. I know Stephen, of course, because Stephen would not miss this for the world. Stephen has reacted to this debate, and now it's my turn to react to this debate. So let's see what will happen. You like this style, Karasu?
I don't like it, especially when they use it on Dylan, because he's nothing like that, even remotely. Genuine
Yeah,
person.
but I do need to. I'm beginning to repeat myself, but yeah, I would say that it's really annoying when people call Dylan a war tourist.
In every way, in terms of the way he cares for Ukraine and for what is going on, and wants to show, Ukrainian voices, and he's truly.
I actually saw a little bit of. I saw a little bit of. I think I saw 1 minute of Dylan's video on it, and I heard one argument that was being put forward.
nothing like a person who just came here for the thrill or some shit
Yeah.
or for the clout. So it's really, pisses me off when I see stuff like that about him because it's just not true. I spent some time with the guy. I feel like I know. So
He
yeah,
got back to the States, and I talked to him, and the first thing he said was like, "Yeah, I can't wait to go back." Fucking you.
Like, we might need to discuss a bit also the relationship of Ukraine and the Third Reich, right? Like, this was a really complicated topic. I must read about it more. But for example, the way it was taught in my high school, the topic of the Nazi collaboration of the Ukrainian uh, people during World War II, that was, I'm going to simplify it a lot, but this is what in Polish high school is being taught about this subject, right? You will learn two things about the narrative during the war, and you will also learn a bit about the Polish education system, right? So when you learn history in Poland, you learn that Ukrainian people were in a really hard spot. They felt that they are being basically oppressed, that they cannot get their freedom. I'm really simplifying this whole thing right now. And basically, they saw allying with the Nazis is the only chance of actually finally being able to free themselves from the Soviet Union and to gain a semblance of independence, right? And then the Nazis, because they saw Slavic people as Untermensch, as below human, they started killing indiscriminately the people that were willing to be their allies in order to win their freedom, right? So Ukrainian people once again became really screwed over because the Nazis saw them as less than human. So they just started killing them indiscriminately anyway. Right? Wow, the debate didn't even start. Okay. Press 1 if you want to watch the premiere now and to continue this later. Press 2 if we should just continue discussing this and let the premiere run independently. What do you think? Do we want to go to the premiere for now? If so, press 1. If we want to continue discussing this, then press 2. I will leave it to the audience to decide what we want to do. As I'm actually in the groove of discussing this, but we can go to the premiere as well. Since it started, I've lost the track of time. Okay. So let's go for the premiere and then let's go continue this, okay? So I'll finish the stream for now. And oh, let's see what other people. Okay, let's watch this. Yeah? Karasu, be the tiebreaker. What do you think? And then we can continue. Oh my gosh. I need more people to decide what they want. It's a Dylan Burns debate about Ukraine as well. So it's still in the topic. So, okay, so I guess we will have to return to this. a lot of people want me to go to the live content. Cowards. Well, not many people are watching the live content actually. I think I will continue this while having the premiere running in the background. Okay? Okay. So I think the premiere is running in the background. I have it here. Okay, I'm even writing right now. Okay. And I will continue because we have 12 people watching. Okay, let's go. So we continue then. So yeah, as I was telling, the relationship between the Ukrainian people and the Third Reich is very, very complicated, right? Which means that oftentimes there is very dishonest framing when it comes to discussing the relationship of Ukraine to the Nazi ideology, broadly speaking, you know, because it is tied to a pretty desperate fight for independence at the end of the day, and a complicated relationship between the newly formed nation of Poland, the newly formed nation of Lithuania, and Ukraine, the war that happened between Poland and Ukraine right after World War I, and the way Soviet Union invaded and basically annexed Ukraine and then claimed that it was Lenin that created Ukraine, which we all know, I hope, is ridiculous. So it was all very complicated, and we might need to do a deeper dive into it in the future because it's not as simple as many people would like you to believe, right?
You fucking lunatics,
Yep.
man. How the fuck am I ever going to watch Shippuden if I'm not doing so from the comfort of my not bombed Seattle apartment? Jesus.
Oh, you live in Seattle? Cool.
Yeah, so
I have a friend who lives there.
if things ever go red alert between the US and Russia, I get to go first. Seattle's, I think, literally like one of the closest major cities. So that's me putting
Oh.
myself at risk, okay? For the Ukrainian people.
Mm, very brave, I must say.
I gotta try my best.
Truly brave warrior of Ukraine. Well, come on, I will.
And of course, Russia has spread from day one, basically, of this invasion, that Poland is just waiting to go in and annex Ukraine. Russia is still trying to sell the story that it's actually Poland that is trying to swoop in and annex Ukraine, if you can believe such a thing.
Stop joking about that shit. It's just, I think you've done plenty, honestly, in terms of coverage and stuff like that, which is pretty important. And I also know you did a fundraiser or something like that, which is also, I think, quite good.
And of course, Vosh has had he's one of the people that has continuously had good takes on the situation in Ukraine from day one. I'm looking at you, Hassan.
And you don't have to be like here
Right.
to, you know.
Oh no,
to
no,
do stuff.
don't worry. You don't need to soothe my ego at all with any of the Ukraine stuff. The work you've done is incredible.
Is there even precedent for that claim? For which claim? For which claim?
My idiot cat came by.
Oh,
The work you've
the
done is
cat.
incredible. You know, there's no comparison.
What's the name? What's the name?
Artemy.
Aw,
Look at this.
cute.
Look at this fucking guy.
Yeah.
Hmm?
he looks awesome, I must
Yeah.
say.
Oh,
I wanna
There we go. He wants to bite me. 'Cause he's hungry.
that position though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
I
A
extremely
typical
agreeable.
kitty.
Look at him.
I aspire to be like this cat, honestly.
Yeah, he's so soft. He's so stupid. He's so fat. I woke up this
Yeah.
morning to him throwing up on one of my t-shirts.
I love this section. I love this. I love this. I aspire to be like this cat. Yeah, he's so fat and stupid and lazy. Oh my gosh, what an exchange. Is there even precedent to that claim? Poland wanted to annex Ukraine. Okay, so Russia is trying to play on certain historical feelings, right? Russia is trying to reduce the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth to Poland, basically, and say Poland wants to be huge again. It's playing on the conflict that sparked between the newly formed Polish nation and Ukrainian nation after World War One. Remember that after World War One, cities like Kiev, Lviv were part of Poland because, for example, Lviv was a majority Polish people city, but all the outskirts were majority Ukrainian people city, right? So there was a huge conflict. Which parts of the old Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth should belong to which country, right? So there was this conflict because both newly formed nations felt historically tied to those regions, right? And that caused war, that caused conflict, and that caused many of current day Ukrainian land to be part of Poland. And after the war, Stalin basically took those lands from Poland and incorporated them into the USSR as part of Ukraine. There. And that is how those lands came back to Ukraine. And in turn, Stalin took parts of lands from Germany and incorporated them into Poland, which basically shows you how much of a puppet state of the USSR Poland was after World War II. That basically Stalin just said, okay, this part of Poland goes to us now, this part of Germany goes to Poland now, thank you very much, this is how it's gonna be, bada beep, bada boop, we decide how the new borders will go, right? So that was, former Galicia, yeah. And so, and even the far-right government is not really interested in getting back Lviv, etc., from Ukraine. And a big part of Belarus was part of Poland as well, right? And in 2014, Putin put forward a proposal to Poland to actually annex to annex Poland between the two countries, right? To annex Poland between Russia and Poland. And Poland refused, right? Poland actually refused this proposition, and then Putin said, it was a joke. But as we can see right now, it was not a joke. It was probably a very serious proposition that Russia put forward to Poland in 2014, to which Poland refused. And now Russia is trying to say that Poland is any day now will send troops to take over Ukraine. This is basically the conspiracy theory that Russia is trying to put forward. They even created a fake Mm, they even created a fake poll survey for people. Do you want to be part of Poland right now or something like that? And there was actually a strange rumor when there was a meeting between Ukraine and Poland at one point that Poland and Ukraine would combine into one country in with a capital in Lviv, you know? But I had more fear that Russia will align between far rights who still have claims on Ukraine, the Germany or West would do. That Germany or West would do, right? So yeah, there was actually a rumor that Ukraine and Poland would join to create a new country, and that it would cause Ukraine to join the European Union overnight without needing any paperwork, etc. You know, and that the new capital would be in Lviv.
Over 8 kibble.
Aw,
Hard.
poor guy.
It was
Poor
like
t-shirt as well, obviously.
Yeah, it'll
But
survive.
yeah, I really want to be this cat. You know, I just want to chill
there's a
and
lot
do
going
nothing.
on, and now of course Poland and Ukraine became closer than ever. All those frictions, all those historical tensions have been almost magically swiped away, right, because of this war. And now Poland has basically three major spoken languages: Polish, English, and Ukrainian. So yeah, Poland and Ukraine are extremely close now.
And be stupid. That's my dream life.
Very close.
Here, be free. Whoop.
Like, many Ukrainian people enjoy legal rights, like being able to access healthcare, and President Zelensky has like pushed forward laws that would give Polish people near citizenship rights in Ukraine in turn.
Mm.
Whoop.
Okay, that was cute. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Right.
I wish I could show you my rabbit, but he's in the room where my sister is, and I think she's also asleep already. So,
That's fair.
you know.
I know rabbits are more
Yeah.
skittish about being held sometimes anyway.
He's fine. He's so old that he doesn't care, I think,
Aw.
about anything, about bombs and shit. He's like, fuck it, don't care.
Rabbits are one of my
yeah,
favorite
which is pretty-
pets.
Oh, he's cute. I will maybe send you a pic or something.
Oh, yeah, please
At
do.
some point.
I'm sure you have it on Twitter
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, I do. His name is Ponchik, which is donut in English.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
A couple of people in chat have been screaming.
Let
at
me hear. Let
that
me.
you're
What
going
did
to
she
epically-
say? Because I'm
I
gonna
will
tell you.
maybe send you a pic or
I will
something.
tell you.
Oh, yeah, please
At
do.
some point.
I'm sure you have it on Twitter
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, I do. His name is Ponchik, which is
Ponczek, which in Polish, of course, is Ponczek. So almost identical. Ponczek, Ponczek. Almost identical. Okay? A donut, Ponczek.
donut.
Almost identical.
Yeah.
A couple of people in chat have been screaming at me that you're going to epically own me in a debate. And
Alright.
I've been getting ready this entire time with all of my bad faith rhetorical tactics. But I have
Alright.
forgotten what it is we're debating about. Would you mind
Okay, so this is like becoming. This is starting as a funny meme thing, but I actually heard that this is going to be a bit tense. So, you know, let's see. This is what we came here for. You came here to watch me react to a tense debate between Anastasia and between Vosh. So let's get started. If I make it into a segment, will I need to start the video here and cut out all of the talk about other things? Although I think I've said some interesting things, so let's see.
reminding me?
Yeah, honestly, I
The
would call
Azov
it the debate.
Battalion.
You people are literally obsessed with the debate stuff. I'm like, would like to call it a conversation where I express my, let's put it like that, concerns with the
Oh,
things you said. And I
okay.
would like you and your audience to hear my concerns and to think about it a bit. That's what I
Alright.
want.
Sure.
So
Hit me up.
yeah, that's about it. Yeah,
Oof, well, let's
basically, I
see.
would like to point out first and foremost that
Let's see, maybe I will agree with those concerns because I have explained that there are some topics that are more complicated than meets the eye when it comes to the history of Ukraine. So maybe I will be on Anastasia's side when it comes to these concerns.
really appreciate your coverage of Ukraine, and I pretty much agree with, from what I've seen, with like 95% of stuff you say, if not more. So it's not like a,
I will
some
debate
huge
you.
ass thing. But what happened is basically I heard your comments about
Oh, might as well change the title. The mystery is that Vosh is debating Anastasia, and there was supposed to be like a secret, but the secret's out, so I am changing the title. The secret's out, the cat's out of the bag. There we go. Lucy's blind reaction to a Vosh debate with Anastasia. There we go, we're changing the title. Not to make people confused anymore.
Azov, and in the
Azov,
video,
okay.
and also people send me your tweets about them, which I should have pulled up probably, but I will quote, like, not directly, but your words that you said. And I, when I heard it, it was, I think, in maybe April. I'm not sure. My life is a bit, weird. I don't remember dates when I heard people saying stuff.
That's
But you were
reasonable.
covering basically what was going on, and I was watching your video. This is how I stumbled basically upon you, and realized you're the last good lefty on YouTube, basically.
The last SJW, just like Steven wanted himself to be.
But the last hope of the Western leftists. But other than that, this phrase, I will admit, did hurt quite a bit.
Okay.
Especially because I respect you a lot, and you're not like a tanky, dude that calls me a Nazi whore and everything with Ukraine is Nazi. So these people I don't care about. I don't want to talk about them. Fuck them. But you saying what you said is it was a bit rough. And what you said was basically that Azov guys should pretty much put guns in their mouths and like kill themselves, and you would be like happy about it, basically. Not a direct quote, but the gist of it, Also, people showed me your tweets when you said, like, be careful, guys, to post locations of Ukrainian troops, not to, like, dox their location to the enemy unless they're Azov. This one? And the comments that people wrote to that were even worse than what you said. But I will not hold you accountable for the, stuff that people in the comments says. I will, like, talk to you about what you said. So this, I will probably share a story first. I know facts and stuff are important, but here's a little bit of a story. So you wished pretty much to the entirety of Azov battalion to, die. And you said you would be happy if they die. And people in your comments said a lot of stuff like, yeah, put them to the meat grinder, stuff like that. And me and quite a lot of Ukrainians were highly offended by that shit. And I will try to explain why in the best way I can. So, to answer me this, for starters, are you of the opinion that literally most people, or like every person in Azov, is a Nazi? Is this your opinion?
No, not every. I mean, nobody has exact numbers. It's the Azov battalion was like a regional defense group that emerged kind of their own volition during a period of time where Ukraine had essentially no military capabilities, and they ended up getting involved in the fighting in the Donbass pretty quickly against the Russian proxy invasion. And a lot of the Azov group people were like ban the right ultra nationalists. There were a lot of far right people there, but because it was also like a regional defense thing, a lot of people get pulled in on that. I don't I don't know the exact numbers on this, and every time you check, somebody has like a different like estimation of like, okay, well there were 1,000 Azov people and 500 are Nazis, or actually 10,000 Azov, but only 1,000 are Nazis. You know, I don't know the exact bits. I know that they definitely have a pretty strong like average ideological disposition though.
Mm-hmm.
Correct on everything. I would just
Alright.
add a little bit, details, I guess.
Mhm.
So basically, what happened is, as you probably know,
So far so good. Like, I don't think I have like much to add. Like, of course, we've already discussed how certain things came to be during World War II and even before World War II. Like, there is a lot.
Maidan Revolution happened, and after that, we had no government, functional government. There was no like election, nothing yet done. So it was a clusterfuck, basically. After the huge revolution, we had like no government. Nothing. Our president escaped, obviously, to Russia. Former president Yanukovych,
Okay.
and it was a pretty dire time. And in this exact time, of course, Russia decided to invade,
Right.
which is obviously like the most like hard time in the history
And yeah,
of
this was a terrifying time, obviously, for anyone that lives in the proximity of the events, right?
history of modern Ukraine. They attacked, and they annexed Crimea, as you know, and then they invaded further. So Donbass,
Right, high enough.
the drill. And we at the time had huge problem with like traders, with pro-Russian people in very strong positions of power, like judges, institutions, army personnel, stuff like that. They were like infiltrated pretty much everything, because before Maidan they controlled pretty much everything. Like not always directly, but many Russian citizens were even in control of pretty important institutions in Ukraine. So this was a clusterfuck, and we couldn't
Okay.
like literally trust anyone, and we had no functional army, but we had an invasion on our hands. So in the plans were not only Donbass, but also Kharkiv, where I'm from, also Odessa, and
Odessa,
other
yeah.
places. So
Odessa.
basically, the people who ended up being the only defenders of this country were those volunteer battalions. Not only Azov, many other as well, like Aidar, many other. And they were
Poland has a history of its own voluntary battalions, but the Polish voluntary battalions were much more problematic than the Ukrainian ones.
as you said, primarily far-right people. Some of them were very us people, suspicious guys. So, like
Okay.
ultras, so like football fans. They were like maybe like some kind of like gym culture, alpha male dudes as
I
well.
think football fans, it's putting it a bit lightly. I think saying they are football fans is underplaying it a little bit.
No, there's well, a lot of people there.
A little
honestly.
bit
And
of underplaying.
reasonably, the main person who created Azov, Beletsky, was a literal Nazi. So there's like no way around that shit. So he was like basically Jews everywhere, like they control the banking,
I'm
crypto
always saying
Jews,
this.
the dance. Yeah, so basically all of that shit. White race, which was a
Oh.
cringe and a half in Ukraine, because nobody literally talks about race here. We're like very homogenous, there's obviously there are people here who are not white, but the majority of people are white, and it's not like a big conversation. People talk about ethnicity, people talk about nationality for sure, but race, it was like a topic that
Many people conflate ethnicity and race. Let's be honest here. Many people conflate those concepts enough that talk about ethnicity can become very racist. Like, Poland is not that far away from Ukraine, and trust me when I say racism is definitely a thing, and talk of race is much more present than it might be. The Russian relations are not the same as in the US, but it's not really true that in those regions, race is not at all spoken about, okay? That's not really true either. The percentage of neo-Nazis in Azov has been changed from through the years, and that is also an important factor here, right? Except with Roma people, that is enough of racist stuff, yeah. Like the Roma people, racism is, yeah, she is definitely underplaying it here. Like when when Anastasia says that people do not talk about race in places like Ukraine and Poland and all the other Eastern European countries, I think she means that the race relations are not the same in here as in the US, but that is not the same as racism or race not being discussed here at all, because those things definitely are discussed, okay? Racism is definitely a thing.
People like didn't even like pick up, and basically he was that. So yeah, so he is the one who created Azov, which is
So this is a bit underplaying it, yeah, too, yeah.
true. And he was a Nazi, but then he kind of fell in love with Israel, which I don't know what the fuck is that about. He kind of realized that his perfect ethno state all along was the Jewish one. And he then started to use this, by the way, to explain he's not anti-Semitic, because he's like, well, I love Israel. And I was like, what? It's forget Beletsky. Basically, he created Azov, and he's a Nazi, yeah.
Right.
But afterwards, then many people who were also in that
We are just less aware of this generally in the region. Well, it becomes also a bit more complicated because far-right countries like Poland parrot far-right talking points of the US. So when George Floyd was murdered, Polish bigots started parroting all the arguments of the bigots from the US. It's a bit complicated. It becomes a bit more complex as well. Racial relations, right?
battalion, like Yemichev, for example, who is from Kharkiv, by the way. Like most of them are, by the way, they are from Kharkiv or Donbass. They are not Westerners, as many Russians
Like,
still.
also, I don't know about Ukraine in this regard, but Poland, for example, has a pretty big Vietnamese community in it, and that also, like, by definition, will create some sort of like discussion about race, right?
You Bandera, Western people. They are
Bandera.
actually Russian-speaking Easterners, primarily. Kharkiv, Donbass. So, as you can imagine, they would be the ones to want to defend their Donbass, where they're from, obviously, right? So it's not only they are like very aggressive people, but they also it's their home that is invaded.
So, in other words, there's like this element of ultra-nationalism. Let's not mince words. There's an element of ultra-nationalism involved in this thing, like ultra-patriotism, right?
East, pretty much, right? So most of them then they had some quarrels basically amongst each other. Some were trying to ditch Beletsky because of his idiotic anti-Semitic rhetoric, and that people did not support. It's really hard to sell Nazism in Ukraine. Really hard, because people like basically like hell bent on hating it because it done so much damage, So
It's a bit more complicated than that. It is a bit more complicated than that to say that Nazism is extremely hard to sell in Ukraine, since we have the history of the World War II. But I'm also willing to, like, this is the part that needs the deeper dive, right? Because as I've explained before, Ukrainian people wanted to ally with Third Reich, but the Third Reich started murdering Ukrainian people indiscriminately. So there was this backfire that happened during the World War II period, right? And maybe she will talk about it. So yeah, racism is something present but less consciously. Yeah, right. So maybe she'll talk about it here.
For example, in America, you didn't have like a Nazi annihilating you, right? So, but in Ukraine, so many people died, like millions of people died, and Soviet Union, of course, years of Soviet Union
Right.
were primarily concentrated on hating like Nazism and on saying how great we are because we defeated Nazism, right? So it's pretty hard to sell Nazism in Ukraine in that term. But
Yeah.
he
I
didn't
guess.
manage to do that. He was very interested in politics, not in fighting. He created his own national corps. Not corpse, whatever. Not that.
But of course, it's more complicated than that because, technically speaking, a lot of the most horrible things um, from the Nazi regime happened in Poland, and yet Polish government is pretty fascistic right now. So it's difficult to sell Poland on outright Nazism. The Polish government still feels pretty comfortable enough to move towards fascism, right? So even this sort of thing becomes a bit more complicated than on than you might think at first, right? It might not be as obvious as you might assume that just because of this history, this could never happen, or this sort of ideology could never find any ground, right?
The dead bodies. National something corpse, I think, but I can pronounce the word correctly for make it not
Does
something
that
like dead
It's
bodies.
it's
So
core in
basically,
English.
does that make sense? Yeah, does that make sense? What I'm saying right now? Do you understand what I am trying to say?
oh maybe yeah.
You ignore the
Thank you.
P and the S
So
and just call it core.
yeah, so basically that's what he created. It was deeply unpopular among people, among even far right people in Ukraine. Nobody like vibed with that shit. Basically, he didn't get any seat. He get one seat in our Verkhovna Rada, which is like parliament in Ukraine. He got one seat first time and 0 seats the next elections. So not very lucky in terms, getting power. So other than that, what I was saying is that people started to defend their country.
But I do think that it's a bit strange that the anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia people try to frame the whole country as Nazi, as like a Nazi state based on a battalion, right?
And fight to prevent Russia from going any further. So pretty much the only reason why my Kharkiv and me as a person were not occupied by Russia in 2014 is them. So despite everything, I will be forever grateful for that, for obvious reason, because I don't want to be killed, raped, and imprisoned. So yeah, and I want to be a Ukrainian, as many other people want to be. So then afterwards, they were kind of like integrated in the army as a whole. So not like as volunteer entities, like separate battalions, right? But integrated in Ukrainian armed forces, which was a good
So it becomes like a discussion of
thing because literally they started to blend in with everyone else and get de-radicalized. They separated themselves from Beletsky and his political party entirely, almost entirely, and they started to get way more new members, just people who wanted to protect their home. And the only people who were fighting back in the day were these battalions.
so basically, again, there is this element of patriotism and nationalism.
you wanted to protect your country, that's where you had to go. You didn't have a regular army, which is weird for America to understand, I think. But we had like zero army, and these guys were the ones who started to get more people there, like from various
Yeah, they are understandable. They are understandable, yeah.
ethnicities, so like Jewish people, Greeks, Azerbaijani people, all sorts of people started to integrate and to become part of this, force. in Azov as well. And of course, this helped with the, dilute this nationalist, very far right vibe they were having. And yeah, so this is basically what happened. And at this time, pretty much Nemechev denounced, he's like the actual leader of Azov right now. He denounces like what Beletsky did. He also denounced his far right and anti-Semitic stuff. And he said that they have like a 30% of very, very far right people in Azov right now, which is his estimation. There's very much, like you said,
Yeah.
you cannot check that shit, honestly. So how would you say?
Yeah, Svoboda is like another. And she's saying something important here to the success of those of meant that there was an extinction of members that might have been less ideology Nazis but more to join the ranks to defend against Russians. But that can also be a trap, right? Like that becomes like a very difficult topic in many ways, because if you have like an ideologically very far right organization, very like if you have an organization that is very far right and you have people that join the ranks just to defend Ukraine, there is still a chance to those regular members to be indoctrinated within the organization. So it becomes like a, if you know what I mean, right? So as much like I can understand Anastasia's feelings about her hometown being saved, but I also feel that it's a bit more complicated, right? Like Ukraine has been historically in a really difficult spot, which is why these topics become not as simple to discuss as one might initially think, you know? It becomes actually quite difficult.
Yeah, 30%, yeah. But that's what he says. And also we
But
can
it can also deal with the correct ideology. My argument, you have to track the actual happening on the ground. Right, yeah. Well, she does have a conflict of interest. That is undeniable that she has a conflict of interest, right? There is a clear conflict here. So that not trusting her fully as a source is also understandable, in my opinion. But it is worth understanding that this topic is quite complicated, right?
jump in his head to see, are you a Nazi? But at least his rhetoric has nothing to do with that. And not a single like manifesto of theirs has anything to do with anti-Semitism or any racial shit at all. Mostly they talk about anti-imperialism, so fight against Russia, and they are very NATO skeptic and very Eurosceptic. So they don't want to be part of European Union and part of NATO. They want like independent Ukraine, and they hate like communism, Soviet Union shit, and Russia. That's like.
So basically, they are far righters. If the Polish government is also very Eurosceptic. So this description is basically building in my mind a very reliable and like image what sort of people you have like you're dealing with, right? Pretty bad people, I would say. The whole Euroscepticism, the whole rabid nationalism, I would say those are pretty bad things, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if there's like
the main gist. And again, not to say that there are no Nazis there, for sure. But, the majority of them right now are not Nazis. So, here's my
like this description like I know like makes me create not a very good image, okay? It should be noted that Azov also wanted to help train far right activists of foreign soil. Right, yeah. Right? It's just this short description that Anastasia has given does not create a very good image in my mind, right? In some part of the necessity as Western support was more aware of the danger of Azov, right?
Problem. Why did you think it's
I watched the debate live. She always seems to fall back on her personal experience and connections to the Ukrainian armed forces, but her justifying the black sign in the logo was a little weird. Oh, hello, Timero. I don't think I've seen you in here before. I hope you enjoy your time in the stream, and I hope maybe you'll become a giggler. So yeah, I think her description of the traits of members does track a lot with the far right of Poland, and that makes me really that does not fill me with confidence, right? I had a British fascist in the server. I volunteered that server, and he was approached to be a recruiter. Right? Yeah. Like,
okay to wish those people dead?
Oh, sure. Well, I don't and can't really care if Nazis die, because the political consequences.
one concern of Azov from counter extremists was not that they will be successful in Ukraine, but rather what role they play on wider far-right ecosystem. Yeah, exactly, Karaso. Like, I'm not gonna lie, maybe that's extremist of me, but I think that it would do Ukraine a lot of good if there was a pretty swift denazification effort, right? If all the Nazis, all the Azov types would be sort of quote unquote purged from the army. Like, I think so. I was watching silently for some time and discovered it through Wash's stream. I always enjoy hearing Polish leftist pozdrawiam. Oh, hello, Timero. Hello, hello. So yeah, I think there should be a really strong denazification effort, especially since sadly there's a big rise of fascism when it comes to this region in Poland, Polish government. Hungary is basically a dictatorship, and it would and any even small Nazi influence in Ukraine should be basically excised, especially from the army. The real war in eastern Ukraine meant Western neo-Nazis could have the real life role training. Yeah, exactly, because they could recruit. That is also the problem, right? I agree. I definitely agree with this. Like, people need to realize that fascism, Nazism, far right is a very international project, right? This is like a very big element of it.
Of them living are generally far worse than, them not making it along the way. The main concern that I have, and this has been lightened somewhat recently because Ukraine actually has a pretty resilient liberal democracy, which means
which is pretty good, but you never know, right? Like, but there is a counterpoint why Azov acceptance to regular army was so important at 2014. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? I'm actually I have to be careful here, okay? I want to be careful about what I'm about to say, okay? It is good that Ukraine is in the middle of, imagine that as of taking governance too, right? Not just being part of regular army. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I will state what I'm about to state very carefully, but there is a worry in my mind. It is good in a way that Ukraine is in the middle of a certain patriotic fervor right now, and that it helps in fighting against the Russian invader. But part of me is worried about what will happen after the war ends, when the nationalistic high will run very powerfully. I am a bit worried about a very strong sense of nationalism forming, and I'm worried about, paradoxically, about the strong ties that Poland has with Ukraine, because the current Ukrainian government is very far right, and I'm worried about creating strong ties between Ukraine and the Polish government, and I'm worried that the strongly nationalistic and strongly like on this national high Ukraine might just go in a pretty far right direction itself, you know? Does that make sense in any way, shape, or form? My worry. Does that make sense at all, what I'm saying? Does anybody share my worry in that regard? At 2014, one faced the issue that tends the prior parliamentary groups would have also be local warlords. Yeah, that's true. I'm not talking about parties now, but yes, I share your feelings. I am especially talking about the idea that as of might having more local power would have been a more scarier situation than integrating them to the regular army. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was basically a way to declaw them, like, right? To try to make them less harmful than they could. But yeah, but I do have my worries about the rise of big nationalism that is helpful during wartime, like right now, during the aggression of Russia, but might turn out to be more complicated during peacetime, if that makes sense. That doesn't make sense? Especially since Poland and Ukraine are very close, and I know what sort of government Poland has, and well, it can become complicated later down the road, you know? It can become a problem. You know, it would be really sad if Ukraine ended up just becoming another far-right country in the region. I'll say that much. Yeah, in this way, Ukrainian state did have more control over Azov. So yeah, I am worried about this aspect. Yeah. There's also going to be nationalism when people defend their country territory. The issue is what comes after. I remember correctly, the ultra-nationalism took over Poland after the Soviet war. Yeah, right? So this like, it's good to think about what's happening now, but I also think that it's pretty good to worry about the future, if that makes sense. Of course, we're still thinking about a pretty good scenario, because this is assuming that in the end Russia will be repealed, right? Like, the worst possible scenario is Russia somehow winning and maybe even going further and then invading Poland next or Lithuania next or something, and things escalating further. That would be like a really bad, although that's pretty unlikely right now, but we do have to think about these things, right? We had a lot of fear that far-right Ukrainians attack Hungarian speakers in the West Ukraine. Ironically, the attack that happened was from far-right Polish groups in Ukraine against Hungarian minority. Right, because yeah. See, like, this is what this is exactly what I'm so worried about what will happen after the war. Like, this is like worrying situation, right?
That it's sturdy politically. But the concern that I have is that what you call watering
Yeah.
down, I would call like integration.
And the thing is that right now, during this war situation, is not a topic that many people are actually willing to discuss because it becomes like you're worried about something that's so far in the future, when right now we need to actually worry about Russia being repelled, right? And that's actually true as well, right? It is way more complicated with ethnic nationalism in Ukraine than just Azov. Oh yeah, definitely. People really focus on the Azov battalion, but the whole situation is far more complicated than just Azov battalion. If it was just a problem of a battalion or something, then you just that would be pretty. At this point, it would not be difficult to quote unquote deal with, right?
And normalization. That by having people in the Azov battalion washed into the mainstream military, they get quieter, they get less overtly anti-Semitic because that stuff doesn't sell, but they still quietly try to build power within those institutions. That is, after all, what happened in Germany after the fall of the Third Reich. And it's
right. And this is also very complicated because the things that are based and are great now because they are done in the atmosphere of the fervor and fight against a common enemy, a historical enemy of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and actually Belarus as well, but Belarus is a puppet state. Many things might become pretty bad in peacetime, move more far right.
It's what's happening right now in America, where they stay, more quiet, and they go like, okay, we have some legitimacy now. We can gain accreditation as heroes of Ukraine. We have sacrificed ourselves. We've laid our blood and sweat on the line to defend it against Russian invasion. And now we have some legitimate institutional power. So we have to keep quiet for a bit, but one day, we'll take back what's ours. And this happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Vosh is making that illegitimate of a point here, right? Like, if you have pretty extremist, you should not really allow extremist organizations to fester within within structures, especially structures like the military, right? As Karasu said before, sort of integrating them into the military was a step to not allow them to be like sort of warlords in the reality of 2014 Ukraine. But I think the more important next step is to basically dissolve the thing once it becomes part of the regular army, right? I think the most important thing would be to separate the members into separate units within the military, to basically dissolve the organization, right? Dissolve the unit, to separate the people that make up the pretty extremist organization, right? To not allow it to fester, to do recruiting. We even mentioned recruiting people from abroad to gain combat experience, like to I think it's important to dissolve such an organization once it's incorporated into the military, because we had some really good examples of how extremists from abroad were brought in to train, right? Or were approached as recruiters. I think Vosh should really get some more historical analogies when it comes to far-right ideologies. Anastasia did want to engage a couple of times just because of the Azov Wehrmacht comparison. Yeah, but let's get in. Let's see what happens.
all the time with far-right ultranationalist groups. Now, whether or not that's actually going to play out, like, obviously, I don't
And
know.
of course, there's the whole history between Ukraine and Poland, when after the war there were whole groups that would strike at Poland and murder many people. That was like, it's very, very, very bloody and very complicated.
No, and at the moment, I don't think it will. In particular, I don't think that Euro and NATO skeptic vibes in Ukraine are going to survive the war with Russia. I
Right,
think that the
yeah.
pro-EU, pro-NATO
The
sentiment.
pro-EU sentiment is pretty strong at the top, right? President Zelensky is making big strides to get Ukraine accepted into the EU. There are many moves, but the problem is once again what will happen when peace comes, right? Should Ukraine repel Russia? After all, Poland was also very eager to join the European Union, and now the far-right government in charge is one of the first, is together with Hungary, #1 Eurosceptics. I think the Minister of Justice of Poland has called the funding from the European Union a German scam, right? Like the European Union funding is called a scam and many other things. So like Poland was very eager to join the European Union and now it's extremely Eurosceptic. So just because the Euroscepticism is not really popular right now at the top because of the war conditions, it does not follow that it could not change during peacetime. So as Timero said, I just hope they don't go the same route as Poland. Exactly. Exactly.
Just too strong. I think that Ukraine has a bright future ahead of it, and I don't think any effort to subvert that with some kind of weird isolatory ultranationalism would work. But I do think...
But there is more at play here, right? It's not really isolated ultranationalism. Like, what my worry is that Russia gets repelled, that's a really good scenario, and there's this fervor of big nationalism within the whole country. Poland and Ukraine get close, certain far-right ideas from Poland spread into the politics of Ukraine, and, you know, it goes from there. Like, it's not actually... It's not as obvious as one might think that the future of Ukraine is super bright. What I'm saying, you know? Yeah, but it's the same in Poland, right? Like many people in Poland want to stay, like the European Union, but what is important is how the attitudes of the people in charge sort of change with time, right? Does that make sense? And this is what I'm worried about, the relations between Poland and Ukraine, because they are relations at the top. So, right? Like, President Zelensky is a great wartime president, but I'm not that familiar with what his overall politics is during peacetime, right? Like that, does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Efforts are being made.
I
There are a lot
am slightly worried.
of photos of Ukrainian soldiers who have like weird Nazi memorabilia patches on their shoulders and stuff. And a lot of Western leftists, they see this and they misinterpret it. They think, oh, look at this, they're all Nazis. That's not true. In reality,
Yeah, there is that danger. Especially since Ukraine has a pretty far-right neighbor with which Ukraine is now in great relationship, you know? So, yeah.
Reality, it's a small
Like,
group of
of course, an amazing, like, the best thing in the world would be like if a great progressive government emerged in Ukraine and if it influenced Poland. But I, I'm not sure if this is a realistic scenario, if that makes sense, you know?
Nazis in the military making an effort to be in front of every camera shot because they want to front themselves. It's the same reason why a lot of U.S. Military officials over in Iraq and Afghanistan were very keen on promoting like Western Christianity in the photo ops that they would do over there because they want to overemphasize the presence they have in the in the occupation. You know, they want to overemphasize their involvement. In truth, like edgy statements aside, if you're like a Nazi in the Azov battalion, like a proper Nazi, I mean, you know, like ideologically, I think the best thing that you can do is obviously the best thing, like the best thing you could do is fight, win, and be de-radicalized. You know, I'm big on that narrative. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have so many former alt-righters in my community.
All right.
But if you're not going to be de-radicalized, if we can magically assume that you're going to stay a Nazi your whole life or whatever, I think the best thing you can do for your country is to fight and die defending it against Russia. That way, you defend against Russia, and you rid Ukraine of your subversive and destructive political ideology. I mean, a great many of them did that down in Mariupol, so it seems they're taking that advice to heart anyway. I know that in reality, people always have the ability to change.
What is that thing she did with her hands? Did she start losing her patience and started counting down? What was that? I think this was like this gesture of sort of trying to keep cool. That was interesting, right?
But also in reality, oftentimes they don't. And there are really bad consequences to the valorization of far-right ultra-nationalist military brigades, you know, in the context of making them national heroes. We saw what that did with Bandera, after all. I mean, he was a Nazi collaborator and hailed as a hero of Ukraine because the ultra-nationalist element was seen as
Not because he was a Nazi.
No.
Because he was fighting against Soviet Union and Nazis.
Exactly. But he was a Nazi collaborator until they rejected him.
Yeah, like this is like the history that I explained, right? That Ukraine saw a big chance at freedom, right? Like Ukraine saw a big chance at freedom, and so there was this moment when they thought the Germans that were invading USSR could free Ukrainians and allow them to fight alongside them against the USSR, who were the oppressors. And then, because the Nazis saw Ukrainian, among other Slavic people, as the Untermensch, like the below human, they killed them indiscriminately as well. And so you could say that Ukrainian people got just simply burned, right? So this is the part of history that is being discussed here, right?
At a point, yes.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right?
Sure.
Being an ultra-nationalist means that you get to be a hero in spite of having done that. And that's my concern.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I worry about. It whitewashes, you know?
See, like this is the slightly complicated part of this thing, right? Not that afterwards said that he was a Nazi collaborator, she said for a time. I don't know, but that was a bit sus to me. Kind of like she was excusing him at that point. Right. Because keep in mind, like this is like also the part of this nationalistic fervor. She is like a She has a nationalistic bent. You need to remember that.
Three things. First thing, you said that you don't mind and cannot mind like Nazis dying. You think it's like a good thing essentially. But you yourself admitted that that you don't know if the most of the Azov battalion are Nazis. So when you did not wrote Nazis in Azov should put guns in their mouths and kill themselves. You did not say dox the locations of Nazis in Azov battalion. You said just Azov battalion. And most of people there are not Nazis. That's the first thing. So I really don't get how it explains why it's okay to say that, because I understand wishing Nazis to die. But you said yourself, you don't know. Are they Nazis? Are they not? You don't know.
Well, it would be
And
like
that's one thing.
Oh, I just want to say, it would be like me saying, I don't really care about like Wehrmacht losses in the siege of Stalingrad. The majority of the Wehrmacht weren't like committed ideological Nazis. A lot.
Yeah, it's true. That is, Vosh is making a pretty valid point here. The majority of the Wehrmacht people were not actually ideological Nazis. This is often overlooked, but is important to remember. Bandera is really complicated. He was supported by the USSR too between the two world wars for a while. As Bandera had an anti-Germanic pro-Slavic politics. Yeah. Karasu is correct on this point. Like, the topic of the collaboration of Ukraine and with the Third Reich is very complicated. And keep in mind, it is like in Polish high school when I went, it was taught as a complicated thing, even though Poland and Ukraine has had a really bloody history, right? It was a really complicated topic. Like, to fully understand, we really need to go into a deep dive to what happened from the aftermath of World War I to the creation of the People's Republic of Ukraine to the invasion of the USSR and to how Ukrainian people, the situation in which the Ukrainian people overall found themselves in after World War I, you know? Like, the soil was very fertile for ultra-nationalism to form because of what happened after World War I forward. This is like a very messy history.
A lot of them were just dipshit German recruits.
Are we really doing that? Are we really comparing those people to Wehrmacht?
Well,
Those
wait.
people who literally defend their homeland, did not hurt a fucking anyone, did not do any anti-Jewish pogroms, did not commit any crimes, did not have this rhetoric published anywhere.
That's not really true, though, is it? Keep in mind that there were many awful happenings because of the, like, this, you do have to remember that this battalion is an ideological sort of continuation of the Bandera thing, etc., right? And let me see. We will look into this a bit, right? When we talk about the pogroms. Rzeź Polaków, Ukraina, druga wojna, right? Rzeź Wołyńska, right? There we go. Like, this is like a pretty important okay, another server point though that the conditions here are different. They are, but there's like a, that is true. But let's look at this. The massacre of Poles in Volhynia and Eastern Galicia were carried out in German-occupied Poland by the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, or the UPA, with the support of the local Ukrainian population against the Polish minority in Volhynia, Eastern Galicia, or parts of Polesia and Lublin region from 1943 to 1945. The peak of the massacres took place in July and August 1943. Most of the victims were women and children. Many of the Polish victims, regardless of age or gender, were tortured before being killed. Some of the methods included rape, dismemberment, or immolation, among others. The UPA's actions resulted in between 50,000 to 100,000 deaths. Right? So this is like important to also keep in mind, right? Yeah, it is an important distinction. I would agree with that. Right? Yeah, it is an important. So let me see something really quick. But being invaded and fighting war that defensive against force that causes harm is different than fighting an invasive war when you cause harm. Yeah, it's true. It is different. Wehrmacht soldiers were, even when they were not ideological, was looting and harming people in Eastern Front. Yeah, that is also correct. They were part of the invasion force, not a defensive one that murdered people. There is massively important difference. If you can't see this, you just can't deal with reality. Yeah, Karasu is like, yeah, it is an important distinction. Because it also influences the actions that happen, right?
Do we like truly comparing this? You think, a good comparison?
I'm only talking about Nazi affiliated or associated military.
Yeah, true. And you're just essentializing people and seeing color without being able to understand the material conditions.
Groups in which not every member is an actual Nazi. In the Wehrmacht, there were tons of people, even towards the end, like post-Battle of the Bulge, you know, when the Germans were fighting in Germany. The majority of the people who were recruited to the Wehrmacht by that point were like 15-year-old boys. I mean, they were, hardly like the like SS members, hardly like ideological warriors of Nazism.
They were recruited in a Nazi army, in a country that attacked other people, that committed genocides. You cannot possibly compare people who went to defend their homeland to this.
I think it would depend.
Work.
It would depend on their reasoning.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I don't think that's. I think there are better comparisons to be made. To be honest, do you know? You want a better comparison? Do you want a better comparison? I will make a better comparison than Vosh. Okay. I will make a better comparison than Vosh right now. Are you ready for a better comparison than Vosh did? Are you ready? You might not agree with my comparison, but I think I've got a better comparison than Vosh just did, than the Wehrmacht. Yeah? Listen to Lucy, everybody. I think Lucy is a very good example. I get what Vosh is trying to do. He wants to compare the ideologies, not the totality of their actions. But yeah, his arguments was made. Yes, I'm ready. Karasu, listen to me saying to... listen to my example, Karasu. I think you might know it, even. I think you might be interested in. So, stay for my example. You know? Karasu, stay for my example. Right? Karasu, I think I got a comparison that you might like more. So, have you ever heard of the so-called... I don't know how it will be in English. Let's see. There we go. Have you ever heard of the so-called żołnierze wyklęci? Wiki. Have you ever heard of the so-called cursed soldiers in Poland? Are you familiar with the topic of the doomed soldiers, Karasu? Have you ever heard about it, the cursed soldiers? Or is this topic totally new to you? Has any of you heard of the so-called cursed soldiers? Like, let's see. Let's see how many of you know about this. Because I think this is closer to the Azov battalion than one might think. And I will explain. I will read a bit of the wiki and then I will explain to you why I think so. Ready? The chat went quiet. The chat went so quiet. The cursed soldiers, also known as the doomed soldiers, accursed soldiers or damned soldiers, Polish żołnierze wyklęci, or indomitable soldiers, is a term applied to a variety of anti-Soviet and anti-communist Polish resistance movements formed in the later stages of World War II and its aftermath by members of the Polish underground state. No, that's fine. This all-encompassing term for widely heterogeneous movement was introduced in the early 1990s. The clandestine organizations continued their armed struggle against the communist regime of Poland well into the 1950s. The guerrilla warfare included an array of military attacks launched against the regime's prisons and state security offices, detention facilities for political prisoners, and concentration camps that were set up across the country. Most of the Polish anti-communist groups ceased to exist in the 1950s as they were hunted down by agents of the Ministry of Public Security and Soviet NKVD. The last known cursed soldier, Józef Franczak, was killed in an ambush in 1963. Right? They will be this is a group that will be actually extremely glorified in Poland. Right? So this is like basically a resistance army that formed after World War II to fight against the newly formed communist government in Poland, right? Quote unquote communist. The Soviet imposed government in Poland. And on one side, one could view them as heroes because they were trying to defend Poland against the occupant, against an invader even, right? The Soviet imposed government. But on the other side, this army of uh, this army of quote-unquote freedom fighters committed many atrocities. They raided villages not just for collaboration, they also raided villages because for supplies. They raided villages for many different reasons. They murdered people, they murdered whole villages, which is like the more dark part of the legacy of those soldiers. And I think this is like a good comparison, right? That on one hand, you could say that they did some good things by defending from an occupier, but on the other hand, they committed big atrocities because the Azov battalion did also commit certain atrocities in the so-called gray areas, um, and things like that, right? And they're being glorified because of being the defenders against yeah. Yeah. Actually, I had a really good history teacher, but my grandfather, who was like a extreme expert on history, my grandfather, he told me the full story of the cursed soldiers, and he told me that young people his age, right after the war, were actually being sent to fight the cursed soldiers in bloody battles that resulted in many young people dead, you know? So I think this is a better comparison than the comparison to the Wehrmacht, right? So yeah, I live in Poland right now, so I see a lot of żołnierzy wyklęci walcząca hoodies. The glorification is insane. I remember my high school teacher refusing to talk about the full story. Yeah, my grandfather told me about the whole story. He actually introduced me to the topic very carefully, right? First, he gave me an article about them, then he explained his side of the story. He gave me the full picture, right? So I think this is like a more apt comparison. Like, I think it's fair to point out that a defensive force forming is a different situation than a invading army that attacks other countries. I think it's fair to point out that it's not a good comparison
Oh boy.
to make, right? Right? Are we all in agreement? Are we all agreeing on this? Right. Yeah, but the point Karasu was making is not that Nazis are not dangerous and they should not be treated as dangerous. It was that comparing a defensive force is not, that it's not a good comparison, you know? And of course, there was the early Polish resistance against German invading force, which included people who racialized and contained quasi-fascists. Like, it's like, that's also a good example to give, right? The point is that we don't want to essentialize, right? That is the point. That essentialization is not good, right? There are many different situations that create different, not exactly the same groups, right?
In terms of like the
Reasoning was defend my homeland from Russia. That's the reasoning.
yes, but it really
not a bad
depends
one.
on why they're doing it as well. And this is why I worry about ultranationalism being a kind of whitewashing force for like far right neo-Nazism, right?
Yeah, long term, I really worry about that as well, right? What will happen once there is peace?
You can want to defend your homeland for very wrong reasons. It's true that the Azov battalion is fighting a defensive war, and the Wehrmacht was most certainly not. But in terms of like the moral character of the people in those armies, in the SS, pretty much everyone was a Nazi.
Yeah, there is like there is an invasion right now, and that's like a very powerful factor, right? When it comes to discussing things like the Azov and
Nazi. There's no getting around that. But in the Wehrmacht,
Yes.
the reasons people would have joined up or been recruited would vary enormously. To give you another example of this like principle in action, I don't think the majority of the people who are invading Ukraine, like Russian soldiers, are ideologically anti-Ukraine. I mean, a lot of them are conscripts, and a lot of them are just, you know,
Not all of them are, but not all, for sure.
I'm sure a lot of them are, but hardly all of them. But for the same reason.
yeah, after all, there is a whole program called I Want to Live, created by Ukraine, where Russian conscripts can contact Ukraine and give up safely, which is a pretty interesting thing, right?
When I see Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine, I know a lot of those people are probably good people who are just by sociological circumstance thrown into situations in which they are playing the bad guy, but they are still the invaders. And for that reason,
Again,
I can't...
there are invaders. There are invaders. We're not, and we never have been.
Yes, but
Yeah.
in that instance, we're just talking about like whether or not every member of that group
understand.
is an adherent to an ideology or belief system that I think is harmful. Even if there was a
But you
purely
don't
defensive
know.
conflict.
Sure, but you don't know the reasoning. You don't know who these people are. You yourself said that you don't know if there are Nazis, and I'm pretty sure that at least half of them, if not more, are not. So I explained to you the situation already, and yeah. So this is my issue. I don't think it's a good way to do it. I don't think I again respect you. This is nothing like I'm not like trying to paint you as like a awful person for saying that. I'm just trying to explain that to me it's very brutal to say something like that to people who are, first of all, defenders of this country, and second of all, are not Nazis. Not all of them, not even the half of them.
Okay.
So if they were like actively committing like some shit against Jews, if they were like, even if they were talking about it, that's another conversation. But
Okay.
they don't.
To use
So-
a specifically defensive context, then, to be a little bit more broad, only using like the defensive force involved,
All right.
I also would not care that much about the death of Polish ultranationalists during the invasion from Nazi Germany in 1939, or right-wing ultranationalist Brits who were killed in the Blitz by the Luftwaffe. In large part because even if they're on the defensive side of things, we're talking about people with fundamentally genocidal ideologies. Or like the Ku Klux Klan or something, or ultra far right, or like
Of course, there's a lot to be said about how far right was the Poland before World War II. That's a whole other sewage because there was a whole coup. Like it was like that becomes a whole complicated thing on its own as well, right?
there were divisions of U.S. Pacific military brigades who fought against the Japanese, horribly racist, who went out there and combated them. And I don't really care about their losses either, you know? Whether or not every single member of these groups is like ultra far right aligned or whatever, as a general association, like the point that I'm making is that a war which at its end sees the fewest number of far right people alive is one which, you know, ensures the greatest likelihood of peace at the end. Obviously,
for
the
you,
greatest priority
suggest-
is Ukraine winning, but that's why I think that the Azov battalion should be allowed to fight, and I've encouraged that.
So for you, the general association
Mhm.
with a far-right ideology is enough to condemn people to die?
Well, I'm not actually condemning people to die. I'm making a sort of errant statement on group affiliation, which I would in many other cases. I've made jokes about 9/11. I don't think it's out of line.
I see.
At least in this case, we're talking about people who have the potential to do real harm.
But how do we know that?
Because
I mean, they
they're part
have
of the
zero
Azov
power.
battalion.
They are not glorified because some of them are anti-Semitic. They are glorified because they literally spilled blood for me to sit here.
Like Bandera.
That's why they're glorified.
They're glorified
Yes.
for being ultranationalists as a way of
Well,
covering
to
up
be
their
quite
far
fair,
right views.
Bandera is pretty controversial figure because unlike Azov, he actually did kill Jews. So, you know, he's way worse in that sense because he's literally on UPA did commit crimes against Jews and Poles as well.
Do you think
So,
the Azov
yes,
war- Well,
Yeah,
they had the
like
ability.
the UPA, right? The article that we've read about the UPA, right?
no,
Why not? It was
definitely
started
not.
by a Nazi.
Because it's not a Nazi battalion anymore. They don't spread that the word. Most of them are just regular people who I personally know, by the way, and who are
Okay.
not Nazis, who are not anti-Semitic in any way, a shape or form. And this is not the vibe. This is not would be if they did. If I knew that one of them actually were incredibly anti-Semitic and committed some kind of crime against a Jew, they should be prosecuted. Fuck that motherfucker. We do not stand for this here.
No, I get
And
that. I'm not.
yeah, but
I'm
we
not
don't know
impugning.
that.
I'm not impugning you here. But the
Yeah.
Azov Battalion was a militia group founded by Nazis who ideologically,
8 years ago,
yes,
they
and
there's
Their-
has been a big change
their
there.
founding has had an influence on the ideological predispositions of the group. Do you think
No,
it's
wait, not an influence. The founder was a Nazi. Let's put it plainly. I'm not just trying to, sugarcoat it. The founder was straight up a Nazi, but it does not. A lot of them are no longer affiliated with them. People like Nemechev are no longer.
Right. I think there is a lot of downplaying of this happening here right now, you know? Like 8 years is not that a long time. And even though there has been the incorporation into the army, we already had examples of recruitment happening and many other things, right? What should have asked, how does she know there aren't Nazis anymore? I'm curious if it's anything more than because I know them. Yeah, that is an interesting question.
affiliated
good
with
question.
that, with Beletsky as well. They condemned him. They denied any connection with him, and I have no reason to doubt it at this point because
Because that's her entire argument when it comes to their beliefs. They aren't bad anymore. I know a lot of them, they aren't like that. Yeah, that's like, I mean, that's not a good argument. 8 years is not that long ago. If she said like they were formed 30 years ago and there have been a lot of changes during that time, then I would have been more willing to believe it, right? But if it's like they were formed 8 years ago, then, that's not quite enough to make drastic changes to an organization, unless you take a lot of real effort to sort of break it apart once it becomes incorporated into the army. For example, if the Azov battalion was basically dissolved into many different battalions, when as individuals they could basically would not be able to organize or do any recruiting or radicalization, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
they have not. There are no credible organization aside from Russian fakes that truly found them committing any crimes against Jewish people in
Okay.
the occupied areas.
But what
And,
you're saying right here, again, this is the thing. I'm not talking about whether or not they've committed crimes against the Jewish people. I'm talking about whether or not it's possible that ideologically they would have did exactly what Bandera had done if the socioeconomic
No.
circumstances were permissive. Right now, we don't live
Not
in a
now.
world where the people in Ukraine can just up and, you know, facilitate a Holocaust. That's just not a thing that can happen right now. But I think that if you went back 80 years, a lot of the people, if taken from now to then in the Azov battalion, would have been collaborators. Certainly they're ideologically in line with that. The only difference between now and then is that now they're being given a pretext for ultranationalism and national self-defense without it being, directly framed through Nazi collaboration. And that's good, but the
There's-
ideology is still there.
There's nothing in them, in their ideology. They are battalion. I'm not talking about a political party. Those are two different things. They are not anywhere there. You can see phrases like Ukraine for, white Ukrainians. It's not.
No, it's like this is more complicated than that. Like many far right ideas and many far right ideologies, many radical ideologies were not spread just by political parties, but rather by military units, right?
Their text. It's not something they talk about at all.
Well,
In fact,
yeah, that's smart of them,
Sorry?
right? But the fact that they're not a political
I
party,
see. So
if they're still a militia,
you're incapable of believing that they are true about that. You think they are just hiding their power level, basically, is what you think.
yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of people in the Azov battalion who do that. That makes sense for a far right group
Yeah,
to
of
do, and
course.
they've been doing that
Yeah.
all around the world.
And they did
again-
recruiting, so it's not like, oh, they've been incorporated into the army and they've all changed their way, right? Like the 8 years is not a lot. 8 years is an extremely short time.
And what we've seen right now in Germany, after the fall of the Third Reich, not every Nazi was persecuted.
8 years is
A
nothing.
lot of them have sown seeds in the police and military defense, and right now there are a bunch of neo-Nazi militias in the
Yeah.
hills of Germany, because the only three
And case in point, there was an attempted coup.
generations ago, a lot of those people's ancestors would have themselves been members of the Nazi Party. They keep quiet. They talk about dog whistles. They talk about German sovereignty, and they talk about immigration.
I understand.
And
what you
eventually
mean.
they have
Yeah, I
the
understand.
right. Well, we see this in America too. I agree
They're
that
nothing like that.
well, I agree that not
I'm
every
sorry.
person in the Azov battalion is like a card-carrying neo-Nazi. I definitely think there's a predisposition ideologically to the group.
Yeah, but again, I did not address this point. It was the initial points you made after I finished talking. One of them
Alright.
was that you are kind of afraid that they will be get some power, something like that. They have zero power even before Russian invasion. The political party had 0 seats, 0. Nobody voted for those fuckers, like Beletsky and his party. I mean, in the beginning and in the second election, in both elections. So they have 0 influence. Nobody supports that shit. Literally, very few people. And what kind of power can they have? People do not praise any of that. People only praise defenders of Azovstal, for example, who, by the way, you wished to die. Those people as
If they're Nazis,
heroes.
sure.
You didn't say that. You said just Azov battalion.
Well,
So for
yeah,
them, you made this
I
generalization that they're all Nazis.
the same way I would say I don't care if people died in the Wehrmacht, but then if you ask me so what if there was a person in the Wehrmacht who actually
again,
wasn't
Wehrmacht.
wait, this is a valid comparison. If I
I'm not sure about the Wehrmacht comparison.
said I don't care if people die in the Wehrmacht, and you're like, okay, what if someone was in the Wehrmacht but they were recruited, they're not an ideological Nazi, and also they won a defect, and I'm like, okay,
it's not,
well that
it's
person
not a good comparison.
I am only okay, fine. Let's use a different comparison. In the United States Civil War, the North invaded the South, but the North were on the defending team. The South started the war at Fort Sumter.
Yeah, no.
Right.
Mhm.
So there were groups of Northerners who were led by generals who were
Yeah, see, he instantly loses around the Wehrmacht comparison.
fully pro-slavery. there were military divisions from the North that were like not ideologically in disagreement at all with the South. The only reason they were invading the South was for like national unification. They wanted to stomp the Southern traders, but they weren't like anti-slavery. They were just on the other team. Now, if I said, let's say there was like a battalion of them called like, I don't know, like Fuckers Battalion, Pickles Battalion, right? Pickle. Let's go with Pickle. Okay. Pickles Battalion. And Pickles Battalion, they're doing good work, okay? They're shooting Confederates. I love it when they do that. But these people ideologically are pro-slavery. After the Civil War, they are going to fight to keep slavery in the South and push for it in Western expansion. If the people in Pickles Battalion died while fighting, I really wouldn't give a damn. Even if not every soldier in that group was ideologically pro-slavery, you know, and I can get specific if we're talking specifics, like, okay, well,
That's
maybe
a
that
better
person just signed
example.
up because of this.
That is a better example than the Wehrmacht, I have to admit.
Reason. But I think it would be okay for me to say broadly, like, yeah, I don't really care if they lose this battle, because at the end of the day, they're only on the right side because they happen to be born there. They aren't ideologically in the right. And the Azov Battalion also is not ideologically in the right. They defend Ukraine because they're in Ukraine. But ideologically, a lot of those people are
I see.
advocates of politics
understand.
worse than what Russia advocates for.
I understand. You think?
Not all of them,
so,
of
yeah,
course,
so
but a lot of them.
Deeply disagree with everything you just said, because not because it's a bad comparison, this one is better, but I know where we disagree. Actually, it's not the I don't disagree with what you're saying. I would agree with it 100% actually if they were actually ideologically propagating awful things, and most of them are not, and they have zero power. So yeah, so this is why we disagree, because you see them as this like originally evil force, basically. Sorry for using this colorful language, but basically, you know, like this the force that
Okay, I think I'm seeing the disconnect here, right? I think the disconnect is that Vosh said that ideologically there are people there that want things that is even worse than what Russia wants, which is I'm not even sure I agree with this, since what Russia wants right now is actually pretty close to what the Nazis wanted. You know, there's like it's a pretty genocidal war after all, and maybe what she's saying, that Russia actually does have the power to do the awful things should they win, and the individual within the battalion will never have the chance to realize any of their ambitions, even if they had them. I think that is basically what she's saying.
Potentially will, you know, bring some very evil stuff.
Right?
But I just don't think it is. It's not like that. Most of them are just regular people from Kharkiv.
And to Vosh, from Vosh's perspective, is like they might not have the power right now to do anything, but they might serve as a radicalizing force to bring more and more people into this sort of ideology, which will create harm further along the road. And if they died, and then that danger further along the road would be stopped, basically, right?
Donbass were not Nazis.
That's the case for all armies.
Does that make sense?
Really? I
Yeah.
mean, in a sense, we
All
wouldn't
armies
call
are
it like
composed
that, right?
mostly of
Wehrmacht.
normal people.
Azov is not the entire army. You know that. I'm not going even to address that. It's like
But
1,000
all
people.
battalions are
you guys know
composed
that.
mostly of normal people, right? Like you literally any army, any force
Yes,
from
but
the
what I'm
Mongol
trying to
hordes.
say
and-
is that it is not their ideological drive anymore. It's not. They are not there to. There's just no point in that in Ukraine at whatsoever. Let me tell you a little bit of a story, just to address why it's so. I guess I cannot breach this. Maybe I don't have like the words for it, and I will tell you. I understand what you mean. I just understand that we are seeing things differently in that sense, because I don't see them as this threat as you do. I don't see them as this, ideologically evil force that has some good people in it by chance. I don't see them like that. So this is why I guess we disagree, because the examples you bring I would actually agree with. I just don't see Azov as those examples. And this is why, basically.
Okay, tell us.
So here's the thing. I told this story, I think, to Not So Erudite. I think you know her. I think you talked with her,
Oh no, not
Kyla.
Erudite.
The story basically is about my friend who I met him when I was in the university, and he initially escaped from Russian invasion in 2014. He was from Mariupol,
Okay,
and
Mariupol.
basically what happened is he and other people, most of my friends are from Donbass for some reason, I don't know why it happened in the university. Basically, they all moved to other cities in Ukraine, right?
All right.
To not be occupied by Russia and not to be part of this Donetsk People's Republic shit, you know,
Right,
probably
Donetsk,
about it.
no, yeah.
So they moved to Kharkiv, to Kiev, you know, to other cities, basically.
Yeah.
So he, let's call him Stas, he moved as well. So he moved
Stash? Okay.
to Kharkiv. But then he just couldn't deal with this shit, and he told us, me and my best friend who is now fighting, that he will be enlisting to defend his home. He cannot let Russians take it,
All right.
and he just cannot allow it. He wants to defend his home, his loved ones, and Mariupol was, as you probably know, back in the day, indeed defended.
Yeah,
So they
Mariupol, yeah,
did
I
not let
remember.
Russians take
Right.
it, basically.
Okay.
And he then, oh sorry, my computer is about to die. Fuck, no. Don't do
I
that.
remember.
A minute. So he enlisted in Azov, which was the only battalion at the time that defended, you know, east, and also a lot of them were from Mariupol, and he wanted to defend his hometown first and foremost. And since then, for 8 years, he has been fighting in the battalion and fighting for Ukraine. And then when this phase of war began in February, he was the one who also, you know, they had amazing experience in fighting. They were like one of the best soldiers at that point. So they were sent to the toughest places, like Mariupol, which you probably know. I think you heard, right? You talked about it, I think, about Azovstal.
Yes.
And yeah, so he was there. And yeah.
Yeah, so basically, but I think saying then word is bad, but church and murder is worse, right? Yeah, this is like when it becomes a bit complicated because I remember the situation in Mariupol. The Azov battalion was in there, and if that personal friend joined that battalion because like it was the only battalion that could be joined, right?
And we lost connection with him. And basically, the last thing he said was that he's going to probably kill himself because, sorry, a bit emotional. So apologies. So he basically said he was going to kill himself because he doesn't want to be taken by Russians. He knows what they do.
Right, it was
He
like
knows what they do to.
it's a very difficult situation, the defense of Mariupol, right? Like I think we've all know about it.
Especially as of prisoners, as you can imagine, probably they were like their image in Russia is very inflated in this like this boogeyman, you know, Nazi stuff, and they are like many Russians show Azov soldiers captured ones as an example. They like torture them, do horrendous shit with them, honestly, like genitalia mutilation, like they look like concentration camp victims. When the ones we got back.
The issue, of course, is that during the defensive war, it's bloody difficult to assume that extent people fighting along each other means an ideological commitment. Yeah, that's a very good point. And that was a good example on Anastasia's part, I think, you know? That is a good example and a good point. And this is why people thinking as of compare Wehrmacht is, yeah, this is not a, yeah, you're right, this is not a good example. The Wehrmacht example was not a good one.
So he knew that his comrades were taken, and he said that he is very injured. And
At the moment, the conditions of who is part of who is not part of Azov is different. Yeah, because there might be people that joined the battalion during the war that were not indoctrinated into it, but just wanted to join any battalion, no matter what it was, to defend a particular place, right? So that is actually a very good point. Are you guys think splitting a hair by Anna is actually important difference on the ground? Right, that is a good point. Right? That is a good point. Of course, difficult and complicated part becomes what comes after, right? What becomes of the battalion after the war is done? What becomes of the potential power to indoctrinate after the war is over, right? That is like a thing that becomes like a pressing problem after the war, right? When Azov is often the only one giving a training locally, and many people are ready to receive such training, it's a luxury from outside saying anyone takes such training, those fascists. Yeah. That is a good point. That is a good point. Like, it becomes really complicated. Like, this becomes a complicated topic, and we should treat it as such, right? We should not think about what should happen to them now, and we should rather think about how we can dissolve and de-radicalize the organization after the war is over. Does that make sense? Like, the situation is pressing right now to defend against an invasion, and I think the matter of the far right elements in the Azov battalion become a pressing matter after the war. But of course, there are my worries about what will happen after the war. Right? Does that make sense? So I think Anastasia gave a really good example here of her friend. But it becomes a pretty, like, it becomes a very difficult conversation of what happens after the war. And I'm a bit worried about it, you know? Things that are good right this moment could very well potentially become very dangerous further down the road.
He participated in taking more than thousands of people out, civilians, out of Azovstal.
Like, this is what makes this conversation extremely difficult, right? That there is no super simple answer to this dilemma. And Wehrmacht, I essentialize the fact that they are invasion army at that point. I condemn the fact of the invasion, yeah. Yeah, 100% it makes sense. I just wish we could call out far-right stuff about it being used as ammo against a fair cause. No matter what ideological stance a Wehrmacht soldier had, they were part of that machine. True. That's true.
Building, so he saved thousands of lives, this person, and he then decided to basically shoot himself. Yeah. I don't know, honestly, if he did. Maybe he got taken. But this was basically the moment when I saw you saying that. They should put guns in their mouths and shoot themselves. So, yeah, sorry. Fuck, I don't know, I'm crying, stupid. So basically, yeah, I'm sorry for the emotions, but this is something I want you to consider. The man was Jewish. Jewish, Greek, not a Nazi. A lot of them in Mariupol, by the way, Jewish.
Call out to concrete actions. Azov can be called out training far-right Westerners, but not necessarily waging a defensive war. Yeah. Like, I agree 100%. I get the feeling we are saying the same thing from a different angle. Yeah.
Greeks for some reason. So yeah, this is the man. You basically wish to kill themselves, and I think he took your advice. So yeah, that's the story. And this is a regular person in Azov. He was never anti-Semitic. He was a Jewish person, religiously Jewish, by the way, ethnically Jewish.
Yeah, he joined the battalion because it was the only battalion available to join in this particular situation of Mariupol. So it becomes extremely difficult and complicated, right? This is why we should be thinking about the radicalization after the war. Also, at this point, 8 years inside of a war against invasion, it's hard to say who is and who is not into Azov ideological alliance and who of fascism and neo-Nazism and who is because they are waging a defensive war.
Was incredibly kind and yeah, very actually kind of liberal in terms of like Ukraine. So very like even pro-LGBT, feminist, you know, not feminist. He didn't call himself out, but he was like pro women. He gets cringed here for people, men especially, to call themselves feminists. So they would never say it, but he was like very pro women, pro choice. You know, decent person in all accounts. So this is a regular person in Azov, my friend who went to defend their homeland. But you, for some reason, and many other people are hell-bent on thinking all of them are Nazis just because their original creation was done by a Nazi. So yeah, sorry.
I'm
about the
very
emotion,
sorry
but that's
that has happened.
yeah.
You don't need to apologize for crying. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to get emotional over. I do take issue with your framing. You didn't take my advice. You never heard what I had to say. I want to be clear, because I feel like we have to apply a non-selective standard for the way in which we talk about stuff like this. There are good people in every fighting force that has ever existed in humanity. If you were able to sort through all of them, you could probably find some morally good SS members, like people who are secretly waiting for the regime to fall or whatever. I mean, literally anything, like even the most morally heinous. When you make broad denunciations of literally any fighting force, invariably you're going to be wrapping, not just fighting force, groups of people. You're going to be wrapping in people who are undeserving of poor consideration. If you are talking about, like, I've talked about the Saudi royal family, I have talked about the military of North Korea, I've talked about the Russian military, I've talked about so many different groups with broad denunciations. I speak in historical terms. Which groups do I want to see survive after all of this is done? The answer is going to be obvious every time. I don't want any far-right group to survive, because those are the people that create the conflicts that end up killing more people down the line. Obviously, if you take a look at any historical conflict in World War II, who do I want coming out on the other side? Well, in the grand scheme of things, obviously, the people who won't do a second Holocaust. I mean, that seems reasonable. With regards to the Azov Battalion, I want to
Of course, this, when it comes to the Azov Battalion, this just becomes a bit of a little bit of a, like, you know, oh, I wish to a little star that maybe Nazis within the battalion don't survive the skirmish, right? But in realistic terms, it becomes a topic of de-radicalizing people within the battalion and dissolving the battalion, right? Does that make sense? Because I'm not even sure if this sort of discussing of, I wish none of the Nazis would survive the war is even helpful in any realistic way, right? Does that make sense? Like, we should maybe talk in more pragmatic and realistic ways on how to deal with these sort of issues, right? That are pretty complicated. Like, as we discussed before, incorporating the Azov Battalion was a way for the organization to become less harmful than it potentially could. And in my mind, the next step would be to de-radicalize and to separate its members, disallow them to form sort of cooperation and to spread certain ideologies, right? Or maybe even the more radical members even to remove them. But that is a different situation than what we are finding ourselves in right now, right? Does that make sense? It's not helpful at all. It feels virtue singly, of course. Vosh needs to keep his audience entertained, so he's bound to say something controversial every now and then. Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, um, it's not really a statement of anything. Like, it's not really a useful statement to say, oh, I just wish that all of the Nazis would not survive the war. I mean, okay, but that's not really speaking of any real solutions, right? Wishing to falling star that all the evil Nazis within a battalion would not survive the war.
Be clear. This gets caught up in a lot of like anti-Ukrainian narrativizing that I've never bought into.
Like that, because it becomes complicated, let's just say.
Are there Nazis in the Ukrainian military? Yes. Are there in the American military? Yes. Are there in the Russian government? Yes. They are everywhere, unfortunately.
That's but true.
It's a popular ideology. And I have never bought into the idea that the existence of Azov, no matter its prominence in some forms of media or how often they flash their black suns at the cameras when they're given the opportunity, represents some kind of innately far-right tendency in the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military and people, as far as I can tell, are more liberal-leaning than the U.S. in a lot of ways. They might end up being one of the strongest bastions of liberal democracy in the West after what's going on right now in the U.S. and Western Europe. The reason I'm saying all of this is because I want to put like properly into context the things that I have said.
The Ukrainian military, after winning, of course, need to take a very close look at itself, inspect both the troops and leadership, and catch the extremists before taking power. Oh no, the Black Sun part is coming. Like, I think the problem of what comes after the war goes beyond just the military, right?
You talk about whether or not a broad statement.
Yeah, I mean, the process already started even after 2014 because, as we have discussed, part of the process was incorporating them into the military was part of that process, right? But 8 years is not... 8 years is not exactly a long time to fix this sort of problem, right? The reason why Azov started to try to invite Western far-right radicals to offer training for money is because they got less money and resources due to more checks on them. Yeah, right? So it's like, yeah, it becomes a difficult and complicated thing.
Statement about military fighting forces is made valid based on whether they're on the defense or attacking, whether they're legitimate or illegitimate in their broader course. And I understand that. I want the Azov battalion to contribute to a victory against Russia, after all.
Which rose due to hit on them as a group of Western media after the Christchurch shooting.
But in the long term, in the grand
I want them to die in the process.
in the grand scheme of things, a world with fewer Nazis, however many of them there were before and are now, is a world more likely to have fewer people die needlessly in the future. As far as I'm concerned, the only reason the Russian invasion is happening is because of the Nazi-ish tendencies in the Kremlin. It's a recurring problem.
I would call them fascists more. Like Nazis is not there. Like
They
they're not
they
there, like
lean in.
anti-Semitic. Yeah,
They
Lenin for sure. Like Russia, fascists for sure. Yes,
they
but
lean
yeah,
in.
they're not. It's a bit hard to lean in because, like I said, their whole identity is built on winning against Nazis. You know, so it's really hard in Russia again, like in Ukraine, to sell Nazism.
We see a lot of that here too,
yeah.
because there are a lot of like pro-Russia,
I guess that's a fair distinction, right?
like tanky types, you know, who are ideologically fully in line with Nazis. Like literally, they won't say Jews, they'll say Soros, but apart from that, they'll basically
Yeah, I know that's up. Yeah.
yeah, this recurring issue, you know, and I would say the same in literally any other conflict.
Right.
For instance, the U.S. invasion of Iraq, right, or in Afghanistan, right? We were the invaders in Afghanistan, but generally speaking, the Taliban were far, far worse than we are. You know, like in terms of moral disposition and political prescriptions, we may have invaded Afghanistan, but the Taliban are way worse in terms of what they want to do with Afghanistan relative to us. And we can see that now in our absence, what they have done. The point that I
But keep in mind that then we have the invasion of Iraq, and then becomes a really, really messy problem because basically US has committed genocide in Iraq, you know, and Afghanistan was like in many ways a continuation of a certain anti-Muslim narrative. Like it is something that I am preparing myself to create material about. So, right? So this, like the Iraq, Afghanistan, like this becomes a really, really complicated problem, right? Like that one is especially that one is not as simple as first look might suggest, right?
is that in all of these conflicts, all of these sides, whether we're talking winner, loser, invader, defender,
Like I think the difference between them is that she's saying they are more like fascistic because the Nazis were basically their ideological enemies for a long time. And Vosh is saying they may not be Nazis in name, but many of their thought processes basically align to the Nazis. This is basically the divide between them, right?
so on and so forth. I have made many sweeping claims about which groups I want to win, which sides I want to see take prominence, which groups I think are more or less harmful, more or less deserving of death. But these ascriptions don't survive individual scrutiny. None of these are meant to be denunciations of any individuals because I don't know those individuals. Every person who from a distance is a member of some Nazi militia
Right.
might interpersonally be like having doubts, or they might be totally in disagreement ideologically with the people around them but are going along with it because they really want to defend their country, or so on and so forth. This is the case in all these groups. I often engage in pretty like flippant language, and I think that for the most part this is like a fine thing to do. I don't mind.
Keep in mind that even in the context of Russian invasion, there's also the whole thing that there were genuinely Russian soldiers that were coming into Ukraine expecting that they are like rescuers almost, that they were going to go into Ukraine, fighting against some evil specter of Nazism, and that they would come into Ukraine and that they would be greeted with flowers. Like, there was this expectation among some of the soldiers, right? I think Vosh almost always talks about the thought process more than actions, which is sometimes a flaw because actions really do matter, especially in this case as people's lives are on the line. Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah.
Doing that, but I want to make it clear, whether I'm being inconsistent here or not with how flippant I was with talking about the Azov Battalion people, the proper meaning of my statements, when given the highest level of scrutiny, are that I want even the Nazis in the Azov Battalion, even the people who ideologically I would condemn, like right across the line, I want them to contribute to a successful defense of Russia. As long as they are Nazis, for those who actually are, their ideology is one of...
I think Vosh had a slip. I think he meant Ukraine.
Groups. I often engage in pretty like...
I think he meant Ukraine and said Russia. Let me hear that again.
This is like a fine thing to do. I don't mind doing that. But I want to make it clear, whether I'm being inconsistent here or not with how flippant I was with talking about the Azov Battalion people, the proper meaning of my statements, when given the highest level of scrutiny, are that I want even the Nazis in the Azov Battalion, even the people who ideologically I would
like, of course, my feelings about this are gonna be also complicated, right? Because Poland is pretty close to Ukraine, and we have like this shared history, etc., etc., you know, going as far back as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And keep in mind that when Russia first invaded Ukraine, Polish people freaked out, right? Polish people started emptying their bank accounts. I wanted to withdraw some money from the bank, but there was zero money in the bank because there were people frantically taking out money from their account because they thought that Russia would invade and sort of roll over Ukraine, and then right away they will attack Poland as well, right? So this becomes like a really
like right across the line. I want them to contribute to a successful defense of Russia. As long as they are Nazis, for those who actually are, their ideology is one of genocide and they would have me dead. And so I cannot mourn their death. If I speak in groups,
Yes.
any groups, people who are not Nazis will be caught into this. But
Sorry, I would like to say I think I maybe gave a wrong impression to people, which people hate you a lot, so I would like to correct it for people not thinking that I'm
Right.
doing that. I don't think you like bought in that all Ukrainians are Nazis. I'm perfectly aware.
honestly, I had some scary thoughts at the beginning of the war. All those crazy scenarios about nukes and invasion, it was legitimately frightening. Yeah, for people like us, this is like very close to home, right? Like this is not some faraway place at the other side of the world. This is like keep in mind that Poland has received the most amount of Poland and Ukraine became really close over this. Ukrainian is one of the three most spoken languages in Poland right now. So it's complicated, right? It's a very complicated. Like I have my fears about what happens in Ukraine after the war, like about the influence of the far-right Polish government over Ukraine. I have my worries about like how certain extreme sentiments that are really useful during a defensive war could potentially turn into something harmful after the war, right? Does that make sense? Like it's all very complicated.
Where it's not even the point to talk about it because I've seen what
And
what
it's
you
all very close to home.
say about it, on what your community says about it.
all
So yeah,
Americans
I
are Nazis.
also I also did not mean like that you
Kiev and
literally at fault for that person, my friend, dying. Obviously not. He did not see you say that, and yeah, and it's it's nothing like that. I just meant to imply that you have to maybe
My family comes from near Lvov. They only moved west due to the war. And Polish-Ukrainian connections are they are deep. They are extremely deep, right? Like those connections go as far as back as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as I said. Like part of my family comes from Lvov, right? From that region So I like from what I've heard from part of my grandmother's side, from my mother's side, family comes from Lviv as well, right? So these connections do really run really deep. So I will see these things in a very specific way. I will sort of I can understand Vosh's point, but I can sort of understand Anastasia's point, when it comes to part of these things, Does that make sense?
like consider like the language and what the I guess the meaning of words, I guess, in that sense, because what you said is not why he possibly is dead or captured. Of course not. But yeah, but this flippant, I guess, disregard for their lives is what bothers me. I guess it's a good way to put it. Not from you even specifically, but from
Like from Vosh's perspective, is if there are extreme Nazis, then I wish them not to survive. And in her mind, it is just because my friend is in this battalion, you wish death upon him. This becomes like this sort of dynamic, right?
many people, and
Even
yeah,
the actual
and
Nazis?
I don't think. Well, I guess so. I don't think they deserve death. They don't have like the power right now to, and they won't have it and here afterwards as well. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that most people talk about it in the way that they hate Nazism, they hate fascism, they called Russian fascists here in Ukraine all the time, like Ukrainians do, right? So this is not something, I don't think they want that to be. Most of them are in any way will try to or want to.
Or this is something that this is the part that I'm really worried about, right? Like Poland, many horrible things, some of the most horrible things happened in Poland, right, during the World War II. The Holocaust, the death camps, the like Auschwitz and like Treblinka, those things happened in Poland, right? And you would think, wow, Polish people certainly could never like allow far-right rhetoric to rise to power or for like fascistic like thoughts to spread, right? But yeah, but here we are, right? Years later, we have a deeply far-right government. We have a very fascistic like government. So we should not assume that just because a country is fighting a defensive war against fascists, that far-right thought could not actually become popular in the country itself, right? Does that make sense? It's not a wise, yeah. So it's not like it's not a really wise way of seeing the world, right? If we are to secure a better future, like after the dust had settled, so to speak, right?
Create any like far nationalist waves here or Nazi waves, and they don't have the power for it. So I'm not worried about it. If
Like just because there is no power now, it does not follow that that the extremists will never attain the power, right? It just does not follow, in my opinion, that it will never happen.
Sure, we
if we
thought
had
that over
a
here as
British-
well, though.
Like the situation right now is that Ukraine must absolutely repel Russia, but there is a very pressing question on what happens afterwards, after the dust had settled.
Is the issue, right? I mean, it's
Over here where?
ideologically. I mean, well, ideologically, a Nazi would be committed to my death. Like it's not even a conditional thing. By virtue of my blood, I would be on the chopping block for them. And for that reason,
Why is that? Are you a Jew actually or something?
they would. I've
confused.
certainly been called one by them. No,
I've been too as well.
Right.
The nose, you know.
they do
Yeah,
they do like
yeah.
that. No, it would be, I assume, for my homosexual tendencies.
Oh, I'm not straight as well, so you know.
Well, then there
They-
we go.
I'm not the biggest fan of these guys, as you can probably imagine. They're not the biggest fans of me.
For
But
me,
yeah.
it's not a matter of immediate harm. It's really difficult to know in the long term
Right,
how
it's not-
harmful the presence of like
It's not like that's also a good point. It's not a matter of immediate harm. We are thinking long term, right?
valorized
After all the stones have settled.
nationalist far-right militias will be in a country. Historically, that doesn't tend
Yeah.
to go down very well when it comes to the acceptance of the ideologies that come with it. I can say right now that we're seeing a resurgence of fascism all across the West. in
Yes, that's true.
in
Mhm.
ideologies that we thought were dead and buried. For me, it's like, you know, it's like you read like a local op or like a news story about somebody who slipped on some ice on the stairs and died, and you're like, oh, that fucking sucks. And then you read down, they're like, oh yes, so and so was a renowned local neo-Nazi seen at this event with an armband, Sieg Heiling the, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't really care anymore. You know, it's not,
I
I'm not
understand.
advocating for like their arrest and execution. I do believe in freedom of speech. It's just like,
Mhm.
as long as, you know, it's just it's a matter of like where my sympathies are at. It's like, person dies, comma, that person wanted you dead anyway, and it's like, well, okay, fuck them then, I
So
guess.
I agree with that. It's not my problem with what you said, honestly. If I like saw a pic of some Azov guy who died, like who were killed, I don't know, like for example with a bullet or something, you know, and I like for sure was no, I knew that he was like a Nazi who like bashed Jews on the streets, you know, and gays, and maybe maybe be on one of those how do you call them
Right.
rainbow things I went to in Kharkiv. It's like pride, you know, like pride stuff, and we were, you know, hit by people, and you know, it wasn't good, and most of it was those people, you know, and so yeah, maybe those. If I see that picture of that person dead, and I am for sure aware of what he was like as a person, be that heartbroken, like just like you, I'll be like, ah, oh well,
It's
you
like,
know,
yeah, I like, you know,
yeah,
you could
I
have done a better
yeah.
job.
Well done, though. Like, is there
Yeah,
bonding?
I agree. I agree.
They are
This is what
bonding.
I think I'm like bad at expressing what I mean. It's not that I disagree with what you said. I wouldn't be, of course, like that upset as I would for like a person who is not a fucking Nazi, for example, right? And but this is not the thing is that you don't know if they are. In this case, I know they are this person, like a hypothetical person that like that was killed, and I know he like bashed my head when I was on Pride in Kharkiv, for
Ouch.
example. This person, yeah, not a big fan, but I will implore people to maybe read up less biased, less Russian information about Azov, which you can find some nasty stuff about them for sure, especially Beletsky. Fuck that clown. But
Well,
you know,
we can't really know, because the thing is, like, there's an
that's
association,
my point.
right? Like
We
the
can't.
logo.
Association is not enough for me. It's
Well,
not enough
but
for
it's
me.
not just
Yeah.
association. It's like founded by a Nazi, and you keep seeing Nazi imagery crop up in the people who are part of the battalion. There's no way to do a poll, and also Nazis lie all the time when polled on stuff like this. They
It's
Yeah.
have
true.
to.
Yeah.
So I can't know and you can't know.
Welcome.
I guess like I'm trying to think of how I could best, if I was being like perfectly careful with my language, then I would have said, if you're a Nazi in the Azov battalion, like like I don't care if you die or whatever. You know, but for me it really depends on, like, I guess the critical Nazi percentage, where it's like, I don't know, like to go by the highest example, how many of the Wehrmacht were Nazis at the beginning of the war? Like what, maybe, I don't know, 90, 80? And then how many are the Azov are? 20?
So
30? I don't
30.
actually know.
People mostly say 30, which
How much
is
is
like
the
the
American
most,
military? I don't even know.
Who the fuck knows? I don't know. That's the way I don't like
10?
playing numbers game, because I agree with you 100% that you cannot like really tell. How the fuck will you tell? And yeah, but just I guess that just my concern is flippant disregard for people's life who are not Nazis in that battalion first and foremost, and quite a lot of them are not. Like my friend who was a Jew,
It's because Vosh hates Rainbow Six.
a Jewish man, definitely not a Nazi. And
I've
you
talked
know,
to Jewish Nazis. I'm kidding. I'm not saying
holy
your friend.
shit, they exist.
Look, it's the
Okay.
internet. Lots of people out here. Look, in all
Yeah,
seriousness, I want to be clear. You know, the callous disregard that I have for people's well-being here is really reserved for the people who want to do the Holocaust 2.0. If you're in the Azov battalion and you're not a Nazi, and I imagine that's the case for the majority of the people there, because it would be pretty difficult to maintain ideological purity in a militia that has been incorporated into the actual military. I don't know how they
Right.
would discern their recruitment. Like, you know, oh, you're a Nazi, well, you're joining up with us. That'd be pretty tough to do. If you're not, you know, and you're a member of that group, difficult association optically, but fuck it. If you're not a Nazi, then God be with you. It's not a group denunciation applied to the individual. It's a group denunciation of the group. Of course, if you're a Nazi in the
I
Azov
understand.
battalion, then, you know, then
I mean-
stop wanting to do a Holocaust, please.
I guess
Hmm.
my the biggest thing is
Mm-hmm.
the, like I said, the disregard, and also it's not the policing of even of your language. It's just, I understand you're an edgy boy and you like edgy jokes. It's not that like that big of a deal to me. It's just that the concept
Edgy
itself,
boy.
I guess, that you, maybe it's because you like think there's like a very potential strong threat with them, which I don't see and I don't think is the problem. And yeah, maybe that's the reason. Maybe you think that if they gain like prominence and power, and it will be in the future potentially damaging
I
to
do
maybe
worry
LGBT people,
a little.
maybe.
I worry a
Yeah,
little. Yeah. Cuz
yeah,
you're all
yeah.
set up to be,
Hmm.
because like here's the thing, right?
All right.
I
Let's
think
see.
oftentimes national politics
Let's see if like Vosh mirrors some of my worries for the future, right?
are defined oppositionally. America was pretty okay with Hitler before World War II began, right? Like, it was
Hmm.
opposition to Nazism that stigmatized eugenics research in America. Having the Nazis as an
Hmm.
enemy made America more left leaning.
All
And
right.
right now, having Russia as an enemy is making you guys more left leaning as a country. You know, the far right
For
elements
sure.
of Ukraine were predominantly like Russia sympathetic Easterners. Kiev has always been more progressive than the Donbass. And over the past
Yeah,
decade or so, Ukraine as a whole has moved left because you see what far right politics looks like. It looks like Russia. You don't want that. And that's great. And
yeah.
you guys might end up being the most left leaning country in Europe by the
Mm, that's that's uh that's not as simple as it seems. Okay, because Poland has suffered from Nazi invasion. Poland has suffered from the oppression of the USSR. Poland has suffered from the USSR invasion. Poland knows perfectly well how a far right Nazi regime looks like, and yet Poland still managed to turn out far right. So I am not so as convinced that Ukraine, through soft influence from their currently amazing allies, the Polish government, could not move rightwards during the peacetime as well. Right? I'm not as convinced. I wish that would be the case, you know. I don't think the Euromaidan was a significant part in the stabilization of Ukraine. True, but I'm not as positive, right? That it will be, that the trajectory will be as left wing once the country comes down, right? Does that make sense? Like, keep in mind, after 1989, there was a certain uh, real effort for Poland to move leftward as well. But that was sort of wasted, right? There was a strong left-wing movement in Poland after 1989, but that was basically very wasted as well. So it's not as simple and as straightforward as one may think it is, right?
time this is all done, depending on what happens in the West. And I just worry about this like ultra valorized, like, hey, we defended you guys against Russia, so everything we do and say is in line with the Ukrainian national interest kind of nationalism that was.
I think
I
you
worry. I
consider
worry.
us I understand that, but I think you consider us a little bit more retarded than we are, which
No,
is
no, no. No, no, no. Listen,
understandable.
we're retarded. That's why. I wouldn't have
Oh,
thought this 5 years ago. The problem is we're retarded,
oh,
and I know for a fact that you guys are the same species as us. That's my fucking issue.
true.
We're on the way down. We're sinking right now. I'm very worried. That's that
I
really no,
see.
that's it. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it's like a 51% chance or whatever. I just worry. I just worry a little.
Yeah, I worry a little bit as well. I'm not gonna lie. I worry a bit. Yeah, I do worry a bit about what happens after the war. I do worry about that a little bit.
No.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, kind of funny when people talk about like Azov and shit all the time. Which kind of bad that we ended up talking about it. It's not that big of an issue, to be honest.
It's
in
really
terms of
not. And
it was.
Yeah, I have to agree that people, like, my worries about what happens after the war are not really focused around the Azov battalion. It's about certain broader trends that might prove to be negative after the dust had settled, right? Does that make sense? Wait, quick. I will go to the toilet quickly and then I will return. In the meantime, give your opinions on my thoughts on it and I will read it after I return, okay? From the toilet. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. I am back. Well, tomorrow I am going to be a little bit more pessimistic and say that considering that Peace, the Law and Justice Party, has been trying to push a law that would change the way that votes would be counted, aka every single vote would be read out in front of a commission, including who the vote went to, and the commission would judge whether or not the vote is valid or not. So I think that unfortunately the current government is working its way towards a situation in which voting it out will not be an option anymore. Polish government is clearly trying to do away with democracy and just to stay in power indefinitely. Like, that is the thing. That is the big worry that I have about Poland. Poland's government is clearly moving to a situation in which voting out the bad government will not be an option anymore, right? Like, that's like, I've heard so many people in the past say, oh yeah, they'll just be voted out. Well, what if they, like, Kaczynski has stated, quite frankly, and I must admit that at times my um, my my sort of brand animal becomes a very unlucky choice. But there we are. Here I am with my choice of duck as the symbol animal. Um, Kaczynski has openly stated we're going to have a second Budapest in Poland. So he said, like, that he wants the government to move the way Hungary has moved, right? But it is always important to have that ray of optimism, not that things will be perfect, but to avoid hopelessness. The second we give in to hopelessness is game over. Oh no, I'm never gonna give in to hopelessness. But I will also never give in to the attitude of thinking that things will work themselves out on their own. No, no. Things will not work themselves out on their own. We need to actively and purposely push for things to become better. We must avoid hopelessness at all costs, but we also must avoid complacency at all costs. We must not believe that just with time everything will sort itself out. We have to be active in pushing for what we want to see happen in the world. Organize. Like, we need to work together. Love and solidarity is not a thing that I have said today, but we basically need to push for love and solidarity, especially since this year is the year of love and solidarity, I have declared, right? So we must push for change. And, like, when I say I worry about this or I worry about that, it's not to doomer post or to spread that it's all hopeless. It's for us to actively look for, like, to be very proactive, right? After the dust has settled, we, especially living in places like Poland, should come in contact with the progressive people from Ukraine and cooperate, right? Help each other out. This is what we need to do. Support each other, right? Okay, I'll see you, Timero. I love One Piece. It's up to us. If Levica is to be stronger, then it's up to us to make it stronger, Timero. Like, the left wing needs to become an international project, just as the right wing is an international project, right? We need to be in all of this together. Absolutely. I'm trying to get immediate family to understand how scary the horizon is. My mom has a liberal attitude, or just have hope and things will work out. Don't be so worried about things. Yeah, we need to turn the left wing into an international project. And part of that is, like, for people in Poland as progressives to support the, like, refugees, to support Ukraine from the left-wing perspective, right? And after the war, to try to cooperate with left-wing movements in Ukraine, right? By the way, is there a stream schedule? I want to know when to tune in. Like, I usually start streaming at about 9 p.m. Polish time. 9 p.m. Polish time I start streaming usually, right? Yeah. Thank you, Timero. Like, I think it's really important for us. This year is the year of Daki Luciaza. You know? I will do my best to do better things and, of course, to grow. And if it's possible, Timero, recommend me to other. If you know any Polish lefties, recommend my channel. I'm actually going to start doing more content to the Polish channel. I'll see you.
I am really
Yeah,
sorry about
but,
your friend, and I don't mind you talking about this with me at all, by the way. I don't want you to think as though this is some, like...
Thank you. I
It's-
appreciate it.
No, yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's fine. Like I said, I would like to. I do appreciate everything you like did, in terms of Ukraine, and I definitely don't think you're like a bad person because you said
Yeah.
that. I just think what you said was wrong, but that's fine. I think I can think that and still, appreciate and respect people who I disagree with and who I think did something bad. It's something people on the internet, especially in the West, should learn. I think this skill to be, cordial and to respect people who you deeply disagree with. To me, it's a bit different, of course, because these guys, despite the fact that they might not want me at their table, considering my beliefs and my opinions, but they in 2014 defended me from dying, and they continue to do it, which is something that earns them respect in my eyes, for sure.
Well,
And
hopefully years and years of conflict with the far right, like Russian government, will push them away from the worst elements of their ideology.
Yes,
for those that
and
still
it did,
believe.
and it already did. Yeah, and a lot of them already did. I do believe people can change, by the way.
No, I do as well.
Yes, that's why I don't advocate for, shooting missiles in Belgrade somewhere in Russia. I do believe even like brainwashed people as Russians are, and despite the grief they brought, unimaginable grief to this country, I still believe they potentially can, get away from this fascist vibe they're on right now. So yeah, so I do believe it, and if I believe that of them, I believe that of many other people as well. And I would, if you don't mind, please show this thing. I'm so pissed off that people was always saying that this is like Azov emblema, basically, like how to say it in English, like their symbol, basically.
Oh yeah.
And this is not a fucking Volksangel. I'm so tired of it. This is an N crossed by an I, national idea. It's another picture you have is how actually Volksangel looks, which is a Nazi, a wolf's hook Nazi shit.
Is this not a black sun?
No, it's not. And it pisses me off that you said it, but
Does it? It sure looks like one. I mean,
it looks like it.
It
Bad idea to use that. For sure.
Sure looks like a German Nordic rune in front of a black sun. Like the hypothetical.
Yeah, but it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, but
it's legally distinct, copyright distinct.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, you can assume that they were vibing with this shit and made it look like that, but it's an N crossed by an I. But again, you can say it's the sea is Azov Sea, as you probably maybe know. It's actually water, and the sun is that. But it does look kind of like that. I give you that.
Kind of, sort of identical, I have to say. It looks, I don't know.
Bad PR for sure.
Slight resemblance, I'd say, to the Nordic rune of the Black Sun.
Yeah, but you can see how in the picture, if you can see it, are these movements neo-Nazi? This picture I showed you, they show it that how actual Volksangel looks like. So how the wolf's hook looks like, and it actually looks way more like a Russian Z symbol. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, so, it's got a few associations, got a few connotations.
Yeah, true. Yeah, strange.
Well,
right.
we'll see how things pan out. Again, the really though, when you said it's not a big deal, I do genuinely believe that. I know
that,
because the thing is here, the Azov battalion is quite small relative to the total size of the Ukrainian military.
Thank
and the
goodness.
thing is that right now,
Less than 1%.
the symbol of American fascism is literally like Christian nationalism. The symbols of
Yeah.
which have been ubiquitized at almost every level of American society, which means that it's essentially just a larger dog whistle. I don't know. We all have to be careful about this stuff. This Nazi shit can really sneak
For
up
sure.
on you.
I will say that I will give you like something for sure is that people the Russians made this such a strong tool against Ukraine, calling us Nazis, you know? So
Right.
this is like denazification.
Yeah,
is
oh
the
yeah.
whole they allegedly, you know, invaded.
Yeah, that's really horrible. This is why, my goodness. For me, that's like a really bad part of it. Simplifying really complicated history of Ukraine to say that it's a Nazi country, and it becomes even worse when people start saying that if you claim that Holodomor was a genocide, then you must be a Nazi sympathizer. It becomes really bad, really dishonest. Like I cannot state that enough. Horrible.
Or they're trying to save us or some shit, liberators. They're always the heroes, you know, these fascists in their story.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
what happened is it's such a, I guess such
Yeah,
a logical.
Russia does like Russia actually part of the propaganda is that Russia is trying to be the liberator that saves Ukraine from its own Nazism, but also is trying to save Ukraine from the impending Polish invasion. Right? Definitely not her best take, but I do understand the impulse to completely reject the Azov Nazi narrative propaganda from Russia. Has it overblown, so it's super touchy. Like Russia has made Ukraine out to be like a Nazi state, and then they're the liberators. And of course, let's not forget the propaganda of Poland being only basically 1 day away from a full-scale invasion on Ukraine. Let's not forget about that one.
Reaction to many
God.
Ukrainians to that, I must say. So if you like talk
My
shit
God.
about like Azov, talk shit about honestly anything, some people will like just have this knee-jerk reaction to it because they associate this rhetoric with the Russian propaganda,
Yeah,
which I think is understandable but can be bad.
Russian propaganda is like really bad, like really, really bad. Russia is really aggressively pushing its propaganda. There are certain small fractions within Poland that spread the stop the Ukrainization of Poland rhetoric. Very small minority of people, and Russia jumped on it. Russia jumped on it and spread it in its media as if there was this big, huge Polish movement that is anti-Ukraine. Ridiculous. Russian propaganda is really something else. Trust.
You need to engage with that, I think. So I saw people trying to say that Beletsky is not a Nazi, actually, which is not true. He's, you know, which I guess is what you're worrying about, to try to, I think what you mean is like that their like heroic acts in defending our country will allow them to, you know, pass some of that Nazi shit, like
Yeah,
to
well, Nazi
slip it in.
fascism
Yeah.
is basically always initially framed as like a necessary defense of the nation, given form.
It is in this case, right?
Well,
Unlike Russia.
I mean, I think you can defend against Russia without doing the Azov Nazi shit. But like,
Definitely, yes.
there's nothing about the ideology of fascism that makes a country more able to defend itself. I just think that's
Yeah.
the pretext given for like the rise of that ideology, because people get scared and they run to far right ultranationalists. I think right now Ukraine is actually unique in being one of the rare examples where, in a time of actual existential threat, the country rallied around internationalism and liberal democracy,
Yes.
rather than like
Definitely.
an ultra strongman. And that actually is unique, because usually it goes the other way.
Yeah, you wouldn't find a soldier. I talked to many of them, as you probably know, as a volunteer, you know. So most of them, pretty much none of them, will say they're fighting for Zelensky or some shit. It sounds like
Right.
ridiculous to Ukrainians. You would never hear a person
Yeah.
saying, "Yeah, I'm fighting for like my strong leader Zelensky."
No,
You
no,
know, it
no.
just doesn't happen, which is, I think, good in a way, because people mostly will say, I fight to defend my home, I fight to defend my country, the people I love. They would not say that they're fighting for some like big political no, nobody. Also, many people who are fighting are not like ethnic Ukrainian. Nobody cares. So there's that. And overall, the rhetoric such as far right is very rare here right now, which I appreciate.
Right
We'll see how
now.
it goes, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
hope that
I
pattern
understand.
continues.
True.
Yeah,
And I hope it spreads to Poland while we're at it.
understand like the concern, but understand mine as well, I guess. Yeah, that's probably
Right.
it. Anyway, we ended up talking about Azov.
Yeah,
Cringe.
well, we
Less
talked
less
about
than
Naruto as
1%.
well.
Yes, but this is the only thing I disagree with you on, to be fair. So this is
Right.
why I decided to, talk about it. And I wouldn't even talk about it, but just many Ukrainians wanted me to. And I don't know if I did a good job or not. But overall, this is, again, trying to point out that this is pretty much the only thing I didn't like that you said, like in the
Okay.
entirety of your coverage of Ukraine, which,
Yeah, his coverage is very
not
good.
bad. not anywhere as bad as some other people who I will
Yeah.
not name.
Hassan Piker.
But
Ah,
Well, then I'll
Yeah.
strive to make it worse so that we have more to talk about.
I guess we said it at the same time.
In the future.
Nah, don't do that.
Thank you very
Be-
much
be
for coming
good.
on. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it as well. I really do think you did fantastic. And actually joined me the faith and the leftists
Oh.
in Western. Because they fucked
Mhm.
up, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talk about this all the time. It's such an unbelievable fumbling of the ball.
Yeah.
You have it's the biggest layup in the universe. The entire Western world is lined up to defend a country from a fascist invasion, and the left
Exactly.
starts sweating and tweedling their fingers. It's
Yeah,
genuinely
it's so
repulsive.
confusing. It's it's like the most on the nose imperialist invasion. Like
Exactly.
old school style, like
Really.
that
I mean,
uncovered imperialist
if it's old school style, it's because it's done by a country with a lot of experience in it.
invasion, like just without any like
Mhm.
attempts to cover what they're doing. They literally say they want to re-educate us and to destroy Ukrainian identity. They like destroy our
True.
flags. They destroy our language. They say that our language is degenerate. They call
Even though Ukrainian is closer to the language of Kiev than Russian is, that's one thing. But yeah, that Ukraine was created by Lenin, ridiculous claim.
Ukrainian identity basically a disease at this point.
No, they've said that.
And
And the Western far right is saying that the Russia's invasion of Ukraine might be legitimate as a way of protecting them from like global liberalism, which is
Yeah.
literally a Nazi
Yeah, of course.
conspiracy theory. The
Right.
idea
Yeah.
that like expansion is
Jews,
necessary.
the
Yeah, no,
global elite.
literally, yeah, completely, yeah. JQing it.
Yeah.
I actually got the guy who was a tanky who told me that I was part of some transatlantic elites or some shit.
Hmm.
And I was like, is he a Nazi? But he was like, no, I'm a glorious communist. And I was like, oh, are you sure about that, dude? Sounds
Wow.
suspicious to me. Yeah. And he was
Yeah.
like, she has Azov tattoos. Like it's a meme basically. At this
Oh,
point.
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, they have a lot going on.
And yeah, and I was like, oh, no, only like Spyro the Dragon, like Final Fantasy and flowers and shit. Sorry. And he was like, oh yeah, you have Azov tattoos, but they will not accept you because you have a long nose. So he basically assumed I was a Jew,
Ooh.
but was condemning my country for being anti-Semitic Nazi,
Ay.
while doing the stereotypes of Jews having long noses.
You would understand this
Good
if you
job.
had read Marx. All this fits within the greater theory. It all makes sense once you know.
Yeah, he said actually about theory. Shame that I did in fact read it. Nothing about long noses there. So it's very very confusing sometimes for sure. But I do appreciate, like I said, the work you did, because boy was it bad. Only like two leftists I like is you and Loner Box, who is awesome. I talked to him 2 times, I think.
Well,
Really
we'll
enjoyed talking with him.
we'll see how things go with regards to the war. You know, obviously it's
Alright.
going to be a bit of a slowdown during winter because it's fucking cold
Yeah.
over there. I hope you're doing okay.
I am, yeah.
When you know,
Oh, actually, today was the missile strikes. They almost ruined the conversation.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
I
I
woke up to the explosions.
woke up to those
today.
messages from you. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, I appreciate, by the way, you wishing me like not to, to blow up and shit.
Yeah, I
Right.
hope
Be
you keep
careful,
not doing that. That'd be great if you could
Yeah,
keep
that'd
not
be great.
blowing up.
Basically, it was like 4 explosions, and I like went to the corridor and waited out, and the electricity went out for a bit, and I thought, fuck, I was about to have the conversation with Wash, and now it's all fucked up because of Russians. They just don't want us to talk apparently. But
Got the
Right.
Russians to
guys,
stop so we could have our convo.
So we gotta have your debate.
Oh, was it you? Thank you.
I went back to
It was
Kharkiv.
actually as a Kharkiv kit finder. Yeah, and you found those missiles and you like intercepted them before they
Right,
hit the infrastructure, I think.
The tourism
That for you.
continues.
I would. If only I had the power
Oh.
to.
The tourism
Yeah,
continues.
if only we all did,
I hope
Yeah, we would stop.
I
Yeah.
hope you have a wonderful Wait, what time is it over there?
Too late. It's like 0:18, so
Jesus.
it's like, I don't know, in your AM PM.
I hope you have a
Like-
wonderful night. I really appreciate you coming
So
on, and I
midnight.
enjoyed the conversation very much. Hopefully, when next we talk, I have not added to the list of grievances that you want to bring up with me.
PlayStation. Oh.
Don't worry. It's not you. The tears is just emotional, My
I
friend
fully get it.
probably is dead. Yeah, so it's
Right.
not you, honestly. And I do wish we could talk about something more cheerful next time. Maybe like why Russians are fascists. Pretty
Yeah.
cheerful. I
Or
think.
more Naruto.
Oh yeah, that's one too. Yeah. It's, I think you appreciated the conversation. If you have me on again, then maybe we'll talk about something we more agree on. than
Of
disagree
course.
on.
Well,
Maybe some
shout out
perspectives on
shout out your
Ukraine.
Twitter. Right?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I always forget it. Yeah. So basically, I have like a Twitter when you guys can donate stuff.
Yeah,
You
Ka.
can support me on PayPal. I have like a PayPal email
I-
address there, and you can see on Twitter the work I do to help our troops.
Actually,
I
while
mostly
we're
work
at it,
with
show
artillery
more.
brigades and
Where's
well, in
the-
Kharkiv primarily. No, because I'm from Kharkiv, And so I have. I think you can link it if you can. I can
Where is it?
probably.
I
Do
think
you
we
have
have
it
a
or
time.
something? Or can
Okay, we do. Wonderful.
We will be linked.
Oh yeah,
Right?
thank you to like everyone who listened to
Oh, there
this
we go.
conversation.
There
And
is a
if you
link.
can, if you are able to, please do help out. We are bringing them medical supplies, aid,
Wow.
vests,
wanna
all
link it.
sorts of stuff that they need. It's pretty fucking nasty right now in terms of weather, so they do need like thermal wear and stuff like that, which we do
Yeah.
provide for them. And I do hope that you guys don't think I'm a fucking Nazi, which leftist seems to do. Yeah.
Azov
I was-
militant Anna came on stream to defend her Nazi regime, of course.
Yeah, people will say that 100%. I'm like not going to bother with that even because
I think my community is
uh,
very unconcerned with the presence of Nazis in Ukraine. It has been
which
overstated
is
to such a ridiculous degree by Russian
Yeah.
disinfo. There are more Nazis in the American military, I feel.
Yeah.
it honestly might be the truth, yes. And also I think that's props to you because of your coverage. I think they are well aware that this is a ridiculous point to
will
make because
link.
you made it convincing arguments about that, and I appreciate that I do not get from your community all the as sorry. I just imagine
I
the
would
snarky
like to have
voices
a
that sound like that.
conversation
Soon we'll all be
with
chatting
Self-expression
about
is
Anastasia, right?
preaching. Yeah. Probably not. Probably not the best idea, but do appreciate your community because they have been pretty nice to me, surprisingly for the leftists. So
They'll keep it up too.
yeah,
Hopefully you have a wonderful
Yep.
night. And stay warm, please.
yeah. Bye. Thank you a lot, and bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. Well, that was nice. That was a
Yeah,
fun conversation.
That was a fun debate.
A couple of quick addendums,
Right.
I'm sure some people in chat have very strong opinions on that convo. I could tell because a lot of you were being pretty insufferable in both directions, interestingly enough. Anna's absolutely not a Nazi apologist.
True.
I do think that she's way less
True.
concerned here with both the prominence of the ideology within. I know about Tate. Give me a minute. Within the Azov battalion, and with the potential for them to be hiding their power level. But that's like a very subjective thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Wait, hold on, just a second.
I know what you mean, Vosh.
You guys are such fucking retards.
I will defeat Russia
Anyway,
with my team. Thanks, after I'm done exercising this
the,
black pass. True.
So it's also obviously like a very heated topic for her, which is fine. That's fine. You
Yeah.
know, we're humans. That's all right.
I'm a human. But I'm a duck, actually.
Can you
So I'm
clip
not
this
a...
talk? Why would I not? Have you been on my channel? I'm finishing the thing now. Wait for the Tate. Just shh. Oh my god. Anyway, what was I getting at? Yeah. I do think that she's a lot less concerned with the prominence of the ideology and the risk of it being sort of normalized through ultranationalism. She kind of said it herself, right? She said, like, okay, well, they were the ones who defended me, but that's like how it starts, right? Like, that's how they legitimize themselves. Like, they're far right, but they were the ones who stood up and defended us. That's literally like the line, like every time, you know? I don't worry that much about like Azov taking over the country because again, like it's a very, very, very small, you know, I'm not that concerned. But like, yeah, I also don't know what was up with the logo insignia stuff at the end. I mean, even Wikipedia says that it's a Wolf's Angel and the Black Sun. They
Like
changed.
it's a bit more like complicated, right? Like the war is a bit more long term. I'm a cartoon!
This logo
And
in
also, right.
2015 because it was too Nazi, you know? Now it's this, which just has the very swastika-looking Wolf's Angel in like a lightning bolt angle. Anyway, still looks kind of sus. Yeah, it's the Azov Battalion. I still fully believe that the Azov Battalion is like heavily aligned with the Nazi politic, but again, like I don't know how you would even go about that. You would have to like it's not like there's a poll. You know, I don't know how you go about that. It's the impression I've gotten, I guess. They were a lot more openly Nazi back in 2014. Anna says that over the past decade they've softened up, which might be true. It's genuinely possible that a lot of the worst behavior of the Azov Battalion is behind it, and that like back in 2014, 2015, they were like full-on Nazi, like neo-Nazi, like post-band, right, whatevers, and that since then they've sort of slowed down a bit. It's possible that they're hiding their power level. It's not really possible to know. The broader conversation that we were having, though, which is one that Anna does have a point on, though it depends on the degree of like semantic specificity you want to lay on, is one about like essentialism, right?
Yep.
So like, for example, if you're talking about like the Wehrmacht in World War II, and it's like, dude, a bunch of Wehrmacht died. Yeah, because they lost the battle, you know? Like, hopefully this isn't a controversial position, but obviously if you...
The point that Karasu made as well, by the way, the essentialism, right? I don't know if it's international, but you're a bit quieter than Vosh. Intentional, but you're a bit quieter than Vosh, which makes sense, but it's hard for me anyway, but sure about others to pick up what you're saying over Vosh. Oh, okay. I might need to be a bit more loud, right?
Zoom in on...
I need to be more loud.
A lot of them individually will be good...
I think I've been pretty loud overall.
...people. That's the case for any military, right? She didn't like the comparisons of the Wehrmacht, but I'm just using the Wehrmacht here because the Wehrmacht are like the most Nazi military because it was the military of the Nazis. Like, if you zoom in on any group... Same with, like, the Taliban, right? Like, if the U.S. invades Iraq... Wait, we actually did that. That's crazy.
Come on, Astra, come
like,
on.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't give a fuck if, like, Saddam Hussein and his soldiers die. Because, let's be clear, Saddam Hussein was a monster, right? And then it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't care if like U.S. soldiers die. No, if you zoom in far enough, you're always going to see good people. No matter what the
Vouch
group
is
is.
loud in real
I
life.
talk about like I don't really care if Russians die as they invade Ukraine.
Quiet
Even though I know a lot of
girl.
those Russians are like scared, like terrified, brainwashed 18-year-old conscripts who like deserve better. You know. I just want to be clear, like. I have made broad statements about not really caring if people who want me dead ideologically die. Because again, like,
Right.
if you're a Nazi, ideologically, you want me dead.
Yeah.
Nazism and murder of all the queers, that's like a one-to-one thing. There's really not much leeway there.
And
And what's more,
Nazism.
it's not even like a passive affirmation of existing values. It's a reassertion of reactionary values.
Yeah.
So, for example, there are probably a lot of people in like some parts of Africa who want all gay people dead, but that's because they've adopted the dominant culture of the area that they live in, because they live in a very reactionary area. But to be a Nazi in like Ukraine means you had to have been surrounded by every opportunity to not be a Nazi and then still became one. You know what I mean? It's not just
Yeah.
I am in this time period and I am reactionary. It's I am observing progressivism and choosing to reject it. Which which is probably not a good thing to do.
True.
But anyway, yeah, I can't care that much about the death of a person who ideologically wants me dead.
All right.
But at the same time, like every Nazi hypothetically can be converted, right? Isn't that also the case in America? Well, there are American Nazis, yeah. Every Nazi can be converted, like hypothetically, right? Not in
I am
practice,
the
no,
Vosh.
not everyone can.
I am the Vosh. Away from the mic. I am secretly Vosh. Have you ever seen Vosh and me in one room? No.
But anyone can.
No.
There's always a chance. So
You
now,
haven't.
I do think it's important to adopt the kind of anti-essentialist perspective on the
True.
whole thing, you know, because the essentialism will get you in trouble in the long run, if that
It
makes
will.
sense. Like,
And we
saw-
have made that point. Essentially, we have essentially made that point earlier in this video, in this segment, when we have discussed this with Karasu, right?
saw this with Westerners who were saying that Russian refugees shouldn't be allowed into Estonia. Do you remember?
True.
Like, Russian refugees were trying to pour into Estonia to escape
Not just to Estonia, to Poland as well. I will just add it, right? Not just to Estonia, to more countries.
the general conscription, and Westerners were like, no, you stay back there. And like, their first level ideology there is support Ukraine, fuck Russia, which is good, but they don't do it in a nuanced way. They do it in an essentialist way, where it's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, if Russia's the bad guy in this conflict, that means the Russian refugees are part of the bad team. And you
Not
know,
good.
that we shouldn't be nice to them or whatever. You're seeing like
Russian refugees should be accepted. Like 100, like, it is not just Estonia that refused Russian refugees. It's not by a long shot. Poland was among those countries.
a failure in the analysis because they're not willing to regard. This is one of the reasons why, like, theoretically lefties should have the best foreign policy, even though we fucking don't. It's because like class analysis is critical to understanding the difference between what the Russian people want and what the Russian elite like convince them is good for them. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? Like there's a
100%,
like a
yeah.
multi-tiered structure of coerced consent that like really influences the way this stuff pans out. Anyway, I wanted to go over all this just because I think it's a conversation worth having.
Right.
You know, obviously, I feel like Anna's concern was that the Azov Battalion group is still ultimately like serving on the right side, which they are if it's just a Ukraine versus Russia thing.
yeah.
From my
I
perspective,
think I've explained this as well during this segment.
it's more of a right-wing ideology versus left-wing ideology thing, in which the far-right people in Azov Battalion are incidentally on the right side of the conflict, but ideologically in line with the systems that caused the conflict to begin with.
And might cause some harm further along the way, right?
But then again, not every single person in the Azov Battalion is themselves a Nazi.
Right.
So, yeah, but I hope everyone understands where I'm coming from and where she was coming from, because again,
Yeah.
I don't think what she did was Nazi apologism. I don't think that's the.
I don't
I
think
don't
so
think that's the
either.
narrative at all. Okay. Are we good? Are we
I
good?
think Anastasia is fundamentally a giggler, you know? Come on! If you've enjoyed this segment, then please, by all means, subscribe, leave a comment, and most of all, become a Patreon. I will link my Patreon. Please become a Patreon because it allows me to function like a human being. Okay? Come on! Boom, 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 giggler. Boom, boom, boom. Patreon. Boom. Here, I click on you. Patreon. So remember to subscribe, like, comment, giggle, become a Patreon, and maybe even join the Discord, become one of the gigglers, and I will see you when the giggling comes. The giggling shows, okay? Boom! I guess we're done for now with this. So how are we feeling? How are we feeling right now? Do you want to play some video game as a break from complicated politics? Hmm? Hmm? You feel sweaty like a giggler? No, we're still gonna game. Don't worry, don't leave and become a patron. We have Final Fantasy VII, right? Let me check Patreon. Let's see if any more Patreons have joined today. Let me see. Let me check Patreons. No new patrons. But don't worry. At some point, someone will become a new patron. I believe. Okay. Where do I go? Now Final Fantasy VII. That's so loud. The volume is so loud. Okay, I think the game is too loud. Make the game a bit less loud, right? Okay, that's better. That's better. I have to make the game less loud. We're gonna beat Final Fantasy VII. Wah, 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 wah. We have to equip Ifrit. How do we feel after this segment? Wah, 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 wah. FF7. Phew! Hey, you actually talking to me? Come on! What is it? I just passed a guy in a black cape back there. I just tried to tell him that it's dangerous up ahead and he ignored me. Bastard Sephiroth. Oh god, what a drag. Ah. Sephiroth! It's dangerous up ahead. Be careful on your way. Strangers should greet you warmly while traveling. Make sure to greet them back. Phew. Sephiroth! Let's see. Materia. True, I already have one of materia. Let's see, Frit! Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. There are so many random encounters in this game. Wah, 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 wah. Ooh. Oh. Barret's vision pose is so cool. Let's go. Jumping! What the hell, every 2 steps? Quack, 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 quack. Frosty slash. Guess we're gonna level up the limit break, right? Boom, boom, boom. Enemy skill? Matra magie. Alright. Ooh, okay, there's a materia here. I know there is a materia here. I know there's a materia here. Diamond pin. Quack, 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 quack. Is that an enemy skill? Enemy skill? Enemy? Enemy skill? Nope, it's not an enemy skill. I know there's a nice material here, somehow I think. I think there was a material here. I'm not super sure, but... Why so many random encounters? I don't understand. Let me see. Oh, I should change the title. Okay, I should change the title, right? Because the title is not reflecting what's going on screen right now. Yeah, I should be changing the title a lot. I thought there was a materia here. Was I mistaken? Is there a materia here or not? I might have to change in a guide or something. I might have to check a guide later or something. Right? Alright. Wrong. Hey, this is where Dine lost his hand. This is the place where Dine lost his hand. I'm bad at it. Uh-oh. Cloudida! Oh no! Don't say Cloud. Pervert. Nida! I have to be cured from now on. Ooh, Cure 2. I didn't even notice that I had Cure 2. Like a regular. Okay, what's here? There's nothing here? Really? Is there really nothing here? gonna date Barret, right? Big boy? Yeah? I'm gonna date you, big boy. Destroy enemy. Alright. That's in here? Something in here? I don't remember there being quite as much random encounter. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Hello, Dine. Oh. Dine survived. Okay. We destroy the enemy. What? One step? Why is the random encounter rate so ridiculous all of a sudden? What's happening? What's up with their encounter rate? Ridiculous. I literally took one step and fight. Summon! Wah, 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 wah. Zero. I guess that makes sense. True. Angry random encounter. Wah, 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 wah. Uh-oh. True. I will destroy them. They are my enemies now. Come on. No, don't jump up. Cloud, you pervert. Come on. Why is Cloud such a pervert? Safe boy. Wait. Down. Down. I don't have any down. Hyper. Come on. Feelings. These are my feelings. 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 I should buy some tents. That's a mistake on my part. Not buying tents. Oh yeah, I forgot. What? Silver something. Where's the silver thing? What? Ah, silver pin. Okay, I get it. It's a weapon for Red 13. Oh, machine gun. Order. There we go. Item? Let's go get the item. I knew it. Wizard stuff! I knew there was some items here. I knew it! I remembered. I just knew it! I know my stuff. I know my Final Fantasy. items here, I think. Transform. Transformers! Giggling in the sky. Come on! Giggle comes, ging bang, ding ding. No more items for me. Come on! I think it's okay. Grenade bomb learned. Interesting that Barrett learned it before. That is really interesting. I expected Cloud to learn the limit before Barrett. Oh, Cloud, that's it. We can go until the bridge is let down. I think there's a switch in that shack over there. But there's too many monsters around and I'm beat. The shack is here. Come on, Cloud, let's rest a minute. What? What is it? It is a giggler. Yoink! Oh God, good luck! Come on! Good luck, Cloud. Yeah. Go, Cloud, go. I will go. Ow, should have stayed in here. Come on, Cloud, don't let it get to you. Let's see, this is it. Maybe if I turn this. Come on! Birdie! Hey! What should we tell them? Hey, baby! We are good people. We're not gonna steal from little duckies. Hey, baby, said my dad, Barrett. Barrett, my dad said, yeah, baby. Baby, come on. I destroy you! Mine! Gaming! Okay. More crucially... Yoink! Okay. I think we are going good. Krasisla. Krasisla. Oh, there's a cave there. I remember that as well. I remember this game so well. Madam. You villain! Limibre! Quack, 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 quack! Yuffie! Chocoma, levelu! Levelu! Levelu, Monsieur Chocobo! Hello! I steal your items! Give me, it's mine! Tent! Finally! Mine sword! Power sword! Hello, Monsieur Pervert! How you even wind up here? Look, I'm sorry, but I can do anything for you. Oh boy, Coral sure has gone to pot. It used to be a famous coal mining town. They say there were more jobs than you could shake a... Well, you get the picture. Now it's nothing but a miserable pit. Me, my bulldozer, everyone's out of work. Got no job, I can't even show my face. But all that's left for me is just living in this hole all day. Oh no. Oh no! Giggler, why you give up so easy? Well, coal is no good anyway. Coal causes global warming. It's true. You don't believe me? It does. I bet you don't believe me. but coal causes global warming. Come on! Trust me, Giggler! Come on! Oh no! Cloud! You die! I keep forgetting to laugh. Uh-oh. Hete. You laugh once more. Pervert. You live once more, you pervert. Come on. Destroy you. I destroy you. I avoid your pathetic attacks. And then I destroy you. Come on. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Bare. You are... Hey, she's back. Come on. Wait here. Well, looky here. Never thought I'd ever see your face again. Those people over there, they with you? Well, I feel sorry for them, hanging around a walking death sentence like Barrett. You got a lot of nerve coming back here. Look at this place, it's all your fault. North Korea turned up into a giant garbage heap. Why don't you say something? Or did you forget you done here already? I'm sorry. Quacky boy! You ain't even worth the effort. Don't waste your time to techno freak. Techno freak. You heard them. It's my fault this town was destroyed. Destroyed! You know who's responsible for North Korea winding up like this? Come on! Quack, quack, quack! Please buy something. Anything will do. If you want to survive, then you're gonna need some of my weapons. I will not need your weapons. What do you want? Buy. What do you want? Listen to your story. Take that road on the left to the ropeway station. The rope will take you to the gold saucer. Come on, I don't mean much poor folks though. I heard it's a big fad now in the city to get tattoos. Is that right? I wouldn't know. Really? I saw a big one on the arm of a young guy heading towards the railway. That black cape he had on was really cool. Tattoo. Doggy! What do you want to play? How am I supposed to continue living in a town that lost everything? To hell with the Mako reactor. Because of them, my husband got into that accident. He used to be such a strong man. Yeah, your husband used to be a strong man. Strong man. Boo. Boo. Welcome, Swifty Gee. Would you like a roux? Yay! Enjoy your steak, Gigglers. Come on, come on. I love you, Gigglers. Rich bastards. Quack, 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 quack. Let's leave this place. Yes. We destroyed the enemy. Wah, 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 wah. Uh-oh. Wah, 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 wah. Saranu. Sabridin Chocobo? Saranu? I think Saranu is Sabridin Chocobo. Don't block me, you pervert. The backstory of Barre. Barre, what happened? Sorry. What happened? My hometown used to be around here. What do you mean used to? It ain't here no more. Harriet got buried in just 4 years. But how could those people say those terrible things? And it's my fault. All my fault. My hometown Coral is always a coal mining town. And maybe Dusty and poor, but it's calm. It's a real small town. That's the first time I ever heard Mako Reactor mentioned since. What are we going to do? The only one opposed to this is dying. I am definitely against it. No matter what, there's nothing to talk about if you're thinking of throwing away our coal. The coal has been ours for generations. Our fathers and their before them risked their lives for it. We have no right to throw it all away so easily. But listen, Dine! No one uses coal nowadays. It's the sign of the times. Right, everything is Mako now. It'll be alright, Dine. Shenra and C will grant you your livelihood once the Mako reactor is completed. Listen, Dine. I don't want my wife Myrna to suffer anymore. I know how you feel. I feel the same way too. Damn it! But even so, I won't give away our coal mines. Dine, you've got to understand. Come on! Come on! That's how the coal reactor was built and completed. We all thought it would bring us an easier life. It happened when Diane and I were out of town for a few days. Coral was burned down by the Shinra troops. All the townspeople, all my relatives, everyone, everything. Shinra troops? What for? There was an explosion at a reactor. Shinra blamed the accident on the people, said it was done by a rebel faction. That's so terrible! Well, I guess that's true, but more than Shinra, I can't forgive myself. We never should have gone along with the building of the reactor. Don't blame yourself. We were all fooled by the promises Shinra made back then. That's why I get so pissed off. Not only did they take advantage of me, but I lost my wife, Myrna, too. Hey everyone, if you want to go to the Gold Saucer, hurry and get on. Go on. Let's get on. Dan was my best friend. We were close ever since we were kids. I never knew. Barrett never said a thing. I'm not sympathizing with Barrett. He never should have trusted Shinra Inc. Bye. We better get on. Bye. Against a stack, I will pay. Come on. Welcome. Are you there? Oh. Wow, let's have fun. I know this isn't the right time to do this. Hey Barrett, cheer up. I ain't in cheery mood, so just leave me alone, eh? Really? That's too bad. Let's go. Whisper, whisper. Wasn't that a little harsh, Iris? Whisper, whisper, just like normal when this happens. You think so? Of course. We're gonna go play. To play! Mess around all you want. Don't forget we're after Sephiroth. Yank! I think he's mad. He'll be fine. He seems to be doing a little better now. With me? With me? Yoink! Hey you! What are you looking so down for? How about it? Want me to read your fortune, eh? A bright future, a happy future? Oh, but don't hold it against me if it doesn't come true. I'm sorry, I'm a fortune-telling machine, and Miss... Can't see. Wait. That's better. You can only read the future? You kidding? I can find missing things, missing people, anything. Then can you tell me where's a man named Sephiro? Sephiro, right? Okay, here goes. Ordinary luck. It will be an active fortune. Give in to the goodwill of others, and something big will happen after summer. Wait, hold on. Huh? Let me try again. Be careful of forgetfulness. Your lucky color is blue? Forget it. Wait, give me another chance. Well, let me try it again. What the? What is it? Tell us. What you pursue will be yours, but you will lose something dear. I don't know if it's good or bad. This is the first time I ever got something like this. Then shall we? Huh? Being a fortune teller is gonna bug me. If I don't see how it turns out, I'll never be able to relax, so I'm going with you. He's weird. Cloud, don't let him come. I'm coming with you no matter what you say. I'm inside you! Hello. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, boy. I probably told you at the entrance, but most of the attractions at Cold only take GP. Ryan! Ryan! Come on! Ryan! This is so frustrating! Ryan! Oh! Ryan! Okay, I give up. I give up. Stupid game. I'm so poor now. Ooh. Oh yeah. No! I destroy you. Jesus! There we go. So what do we get? What do we win? How many GP? And speed source. This is Mog's house. This is Mog Forest on Mount Mog. The beginning of another day in the life of a Mog. This Mog is Spino Popopo is old, 24 human years. The age when he should be looking for a mate. Come on! But before Mog can become an adult, he first needs to learn how to fly. Even though Mog trains hard every day, he still can't seem to get off the ground. There. Looks like he's still got a long way to go. Here's where you come in. Help Mog learn how to fly by pushing OK and feeding him the favorite coupon. But don't overthink it, he won't be able to fly if he's too fat. I guess that's it. Now we wait. It seems like Mug's decided to take another shot. He did it! He's flying now. He's finally become a full-fledged Mug. Easy. Come on. Telba relaxes her little mug, turns out the lights early and goes to bed. Good night and sweet dreams. Oh, what's this? Here comes a female mug. Female! Adult mug female. What is he? It seems like he like her. Now will Mug be able to fly gracefully in front of her? Help him up with a few coconuts. Come on! Now we wait. And now we wait. Fly, you bastard! It seems like Mox decided to take another shot at it. He's flying! Mog was able to do it. She must have fallen for the high, graceful flying form. Sometime later. Looks like things are going well with this new Mog friend. Time for a quiet date in the forest. Her name is Mag. She's a good-natured Mog. Best of luck to the both of you, Mog and Mag. May you have lots and lots of healthy Mogs. Ooh, no worries there, I guess. I'm impressed. Thanks for the show. Here, take this. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm also impressed. Now we save again. And this is it for today. Okay. Have you enjoyed this stream? If you enjoyed this stream, then please consider becoming a Patreon always. And yeah, subscribe and become a Patreon and all those other nice things. For now, I have to go. Remember to be a regular. I'll press end stream. And that's it for today. Yeah, we beat Sephiroth. Thank you, Giggler. So, thank you. And I'll see you next time, okay? Come on. And I will make a segment out of today's reaction to the debate. Okay? I'll see you, okay? See you next time. I press end stream. And remember to subscribe, like, comment, and become a patron. See you! End stream.